Chapter 1 Midnight Farce Thesis a cramp drental apartment, encompassing merely about in square meters. Thule spare themark software, with patches off peeling paint, and the furnishing sur sparsi single bed adorned with blue and white striped sheets, a neat folded light bluey quilt, and W pillow. Beside the bed stands rudimentary wooden wardrobe, willy appositite, as maldiskakam panyed occupy east space. Beneath the desk, Atrishbin encased in a black bag rests, and atop the desk, a flourishing cactus thrives. Despite its diminutive and dilapidated state, Theramec pseudosasons of orderliness, suggesting the tight occupant is a person of discipline and self-regulation. As the clock strikes 9th evening, the sound of fake turning gin tilak heralds here revalo feungman, wa steps in toth apartment. The dimness of evening prompt shimto flickant he light, but the bulb, having Jean dur dec tensivus, casts Arthur lackluster glow. In the illumination, the unmans featuresca main tavu. Though his appearance sees ratherun remarkable, hemanitesasins of steadiness. Standing gait approximately 175 centimeters. Hema not but particular tall, both possesses a robust physique. Cladina practical blacktricksut, ha presents animagi of cleanliness on deficiency. Up and entering the room, the unman takes a seat at the Bethetsk, silent, his gaze fiketa hadasif lost in thought. The young is named Yongpan, a 24-year-old Dresden University graduate to Hakamen said this career during is finale of studies andassen si secured a relative leastable Joe. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Yongpan has begun to feel a profound inuit toward his current existence, often plagued by energito escape his present life. Anno therminat nuste, hemurmursto himsel fofter spell off contemplation. It seems the graduation party is the day after tomorrow. With that, Harris from the care, deciding, I taswell take a strolling aringine dorsholds little appeal. Having no particular destination in mind, Yongpan embarks in Amy and orange exploration off to surroundings. After wandering aimlessly for a while, he finds Shimsel pausing in front of fast street side of Barbiquestel. Enticed bethetantalizing garomov griled me twafting through the air, inciting gis appetite. Noticing the relatively sparse crowd, Hekasasia tan calls out, Boss, illy have 50 skewer soft pork belly, 50 oflean meat, and twapicher soft beer, please. Coming right up. Having no attendiner, Yongpan ceased high says an opportunity to satisfy his hunger, albeit the order smorathan had typically woo duetto hishiart yapedit. While waits, Heretrivicious old phone, accompanying throughout high university days, and checks the messages. Predictably, the IRF led with classmates discussing the impending graduation gathering. Observing the lively exchanges in the chat, Yongpan remains a silent spectator, choosing not to engage. Throughout high university experience, Hefton felt a tough place, struggling to connect with the fellow students and faculty alike. Before long, Thescuer sand birarivia thistable, prompting him to silences phony and digentathafud, his shungar undeniable. Theberbecuis exceptional, Theperk beligre led to perfection. Exuding gemouth wateringero monde tantalizing golden hue, enhanced bitha proprietor shemi maidsiasening. Ashes of horse skewers, the atmosphere around Heim grows increasing boisterous, yether mainsen phased. Lestin he sown thoughts about whether or not to attend the so-called graduation party. Despite sharing 4 years off study, Yongpan rarely mingled with others, his interactions limited primarily to his dormitory roommate, resulting in a grow in estrangement from Miss classmates over time. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that there would be little to say if they were to meet. Deciding jit bestow avoid the gathering altogether to spare himself potential awkwardness. A sclerity returns. A wavy of intoxication Bajan stow ush over him. Glancing at the empty beer glass scattered across the table, Hechicles to himself, looks like I've a bit o' much tonight. Just then, a sudden gust off cold air brush espoused them, and before he can turn to investigate, a green beer bati commenced crashing down upon his shed. With a sharp crack, the bottle shitterson impact, sending shards fly in gond blood trickling down from thwound. Yongpan feels a jolt pain radiatefromished, nearly causing him to collapse. Buffy managed to steady himself against the double. Thunexpected as all tanned theth-robbing painin hiscul swift litis balanarum nant soft drunkenus. Igniting within eumadi ep seta drage. Wiping the blood from the cornero physi, hires schis gazeta confront thys assailant hemidally gedman reeking of alcohol. His face flashiden grotesquely swollen. Towering gay tebutan hundrede tycentimeter send appearing quatekerpulent. His beresking listens, with sweat, giving high manoon appealing lagrige appearance, compounded with the disfigurement from misabesity. The inebriated man gesturies aggressively at Tiongpan, hurling a stream of invective and ideolic Tiongpan cannot comprehend, but the tone clear lie indicates malice. Having been struck without provocation, Yongpan's furorious boiling point, and head aside a against twasting word sun such abrut. Instead, ha lunges forward, fists clenched, reditor retaliate. Engaging with the personoff thieselk requires little marethan brute force, and Yong panis confident his physical prowess. Ash approaches, hideft lie sidesteps Themon's wildwing, delivering gaw powerful punched hat distorts Themon's greasy visage, sending blood dan mucus spewin firth. They impact telecitsape ined criff from the middle edman. Hor coils, clutching, isphation, stumbling backward, only to try povercharen Christo the ground. Seeing his adversary downed, Yongpan refuses storlent, swiftly closing the distance seeing Theman behisher, lifting him off the ground. Even in his inebriated stated, Themon's struggle a break free, cursing furiously, but Yongpan cannot comprehend his words. Wicon lie serveto stoke, the flames off a sanger further. Damn you, little brat. Ilmaki upe. By all means, try, Yongpan retorts, raising Isni and driving Jitan ta Themon's face. The impact is devastating, silencing Themon's threats with ape anedroen. As the sound sophists faring filthy air, Yongpan feels saru shof exhilaration. Hiskinen diezfla shed with blood. Hebe comes indifferent to Themon's blight, delivering several more brutal knee strikes to his face, relishing in the power hu yield soversachate spicibal individual. As Themon smonso fanguish begin to fadian distruggle sweeken, Yongpan finally release him, allowing is body ta crumb ple back to the ground. Gradually, hemerges from the hazof adrenaline, the crimson flush and yisies receding. Taking gammaminto steady his breath, Haglan seizeth the trembling hands, Thenit thebottered figure sprawled on the ground, bloody Dan twitching. The pain from me sown head wound, momentary led beangerned excitement, resurface with a vengeance, causing his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. Pressing down in his injury, Yongpan kicks Themon's ba delightly, frowning gashamutters, Hesholden bed, right? Turning Tothian Lucers, heckles out, someone over there, call an ambulance. The crowd, previously preoccupied with their filming the altercation, snaps to attention at Yongpan's command, some hasti Liddy Allen for help. With the situation under control, Yongpan casts an last glance at the unconscious drunkard, withdraw several bills from his pocket, tossing them into the nearby table, and grabs a few napkins before pushing through Tekrodan hasti Lida parting. Hues acutely aware of the and Lucas had just witnessed desinur and not merely spectators they coup del sodial 120 for medical assistance or 110 for Thepolis. Has certain lidded notch wished to find himself at lie sitting, in a police station for several days. Chapter 2 The Mysterious Shop Yongpan Tredi Dalonga Dim Lilat Pathe. After carefully removing Theshard soft glass embedded in Hisher, ha pressed to sue against Thwound in Hished. His current appearance was nothing short of disheveled, with blood staining, isclois and distinctadoro alcohol clinging to him. A stark contrast to how a looked when he first stepped out. It seems I may have it to make ye another trip to the hospital. Yongpan thought o' himself, cradling Ishe Dan feeling throbbing pain in both Hishe Dan knee. However, that personison likely from Thir bidinidemy soon. Thebloshi ha delivered had been fueled burridge, delivered without restraint and amid squarely at the opponent shed. Now, even his neberies in so fingeryon couldn't lie imaginati extend tofta magine flicted upon the other party. Likely suffering from a concussion. Of course, even if the other individual verito encounter serious complications, he couldn't be but theoreticare they had brought titch upon themselves and could hardly blame Minyo Niels. After orienting himself, Yongpan resolved to head to the nearest hospital to tend to his shade injury. Just then, Hanada se defiant lie teminating from a shop at the street corner. It's near lie midnight. Anther is still a place of pen for business. Her market in surprise. Curiosity-piquing ice interest approached. Huasami what familiar with the surrounding area, yet this particular establishment did not ring any bells. For reason she could not articulate, Heffeltani inexplicable eller emanating from the shop. As young pan approached the corner shop, Heglen segepath sign, only to find it entire lie blank, devoid of fanny writing. Thientran suisas solid black wooden door, adorned with vintage esti leber snobs. Intrigued, Hepusha depenthi heavy black Duran stepped inside. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately captured between interior of the shop. Rather than a conventional retail space, it resembled as malmuseum, showcasing an eclectic array of exhibits. Ifanuri tosi kakaman thread month the displayed items. Itwood bethought theoreal artifacts from various films, games, and literary works. Is the Sadano Sorklaw. It looks remarkably life-like. Heymoost. Anthas must bit Heskel from Italian creature writer Tain Lehassan intimidating appearance. That knife seems familiar I believe I've seen it in a game. Could it be fatal the sedum ser merchandise from movie sand games? Heppendered. Gazing at the simultaneous life familiar and foreign objects. Young Pan found himself genuinely fascinated by the sedums. Ashifton spent this leisure time immersed in such realm. Gradually developing gay Ernenfurt host fantastical worlds. However, inexplicably, as she surveyed the objects before him, he was struck by a peculiar sensation, as if they were undeniably real. Shaking hishid with asmal, Hedda smitheth it hot. Attributin jitto and nido fexes of vidrin kingthethid led to fanciful musings. He! Butyl thesithing saran de driel. A woman's voice suddenly broke he into his reverie from behind. Thophitisami watun expected. It seems that Samionastroli arrived here you must be fated person. She continued. Startled, young Pan instinctively turned to fis thesorsiof to voice, discovering a womankla dynamic centriku fit standing behind him. Her gaze rested on him with a peculiar intensity. Seemingly unfazed bethebla don, his forwards and tofelka holt hat clunkto, him as he approached. Fuman was strikingly beautiful, likely in her twenties, with long, flowing hair cascading down to hair waist. Its unusual flamered appearance entirely natural, unlike an artificial lidded color. Yet, heritai ruisquitebazar for as jummers night shadon de heavy. Cumbersama trenchco athatsia med impervious to theme warmth. Although young Pan way staken aback by her appearance and attire, here framed from questioning her. As theaterm faded person she had a said pequis curiosity. May inquiry wadi our establishment primarily offers. He sked, gesturing to their rayof attempts on display. Is this related to file manned game of merchandise? Merchandise. I believe it just mentioned the everything. Here he's in Dedriel. She responded, Herto Negro and Javen more peculiar. Butit matters little wadi au think. As for what we mainly offer here, well she paused, seeming lie searching for the right words. Consider rightus some special para for all props. Special? Young Panicode. His brow furrowing in confusion. What makest these items so special? Hepade namin to her contradictory statements, intrigued with the notion that these special peripheral items might indeed be fascinating in thy own right. Thuman's expression shifted to no fun certainty, ace of sure grappling with how to articulate her thoughts. Inui wasn't cut out forth eyes did a thave to bedgering Miss Hift. Shemutta regender a breath, seemingly oblivious to young Pan's presence. Listening to her, young Pan cast their quizzical glance, silently questioning, is this person realize suited for abuseness? The most extraordinary aspect of he sedums is the remarkable realism thia even more authentic than the originals. She offered albitrather awkwardly. More authentic than the originals. Thought sounds suspicious like kieseling counterfeit goods, young Pan murmured quietly. She evidently her discament boot chose a toinerie. Continuing, while the items displayed here mano tholdim in zevelu. The average person mainavir haveth the opportunity to witness themin their life at time. Young Pan found her assertion semi what bo asked fool but refrained from voicing, is skepticism. Having observed the craftsmanship of the exhibits, he realized that their claim of them being more authentic than the original was not entirely unfounded. Are these items available for purchase? He inquired, genuinely interested in acquiring something for himself. Available for purchase? Certainly not, Fuman shook her head vigorously, causing her vibrant hair to become somewhat disheveled. These items serially available for internal personnel via exclusive for exhibition tot public. What apathy, Yang Pan lamented, feeling got wind of disappointment. However, she began again. However, what? Sensing a glimmer of hope, Yang Pan pressed her for more information. While it exhibited cannot be sold to you? Asked the fated person off this shop. I can offer you a commemorative gift, she declared, moving towards the inlet table like the Chopin drummaging beneath it for something. A commemorative gift. What might hap? Yang Pan inquired, stepping closer to the table. Harryitis, she said, producing an object from beneath the table and display in jit for him to see. Yang Pan's curiosity waspa kadash examined the item in her hand. It was smooth, blackstone, roughly the size of a quay leg, adorned with a vibrant green symbolady skenter. Yang Pan recognized the symbol, a representation of infinity and boundlessness. In Ruth, the commemorative gift was quite striking the deep black hue med to absorb all surrounding light, while a green symbol of okadasins of hope. Asha took the gift from her, he noticed its weightiness, a tangible quality the found dapialing. After a moment of admiring the small token, he realized it had grown fond of it. However, having previously touched wound, Hishans bore a trace of blood, and in his distracted state, inadvertently mirrored Simeon the commemorative piece. Noticing the blood on both Hishans and the gift, Yang Pan frowned slightly before placing Thedum back in Thidaba and reaching for a nearbidus way to Ipiation scleen. During this moment, he failed to observe that the blood he had done witting transferred onto the commemorative gift was gradual bane gaps or beat into the stony. Nor did anata seth flade a glimmer of delight thacrossed thuman's facius he stood across from him. After finishing his task, he picked up the commemorative giftinsmary, intrigued be its now blood-free surface. Although heffelte twinge of confusion, he dismissed it. Isatrul yell right for auto javethistome. Yang Pan asked, his voicing it with pleasure. Of course. It's nothing of great value, she replied, hurt new unexpectedly cheerful. Well, thank ye then, he no dead in appreciation. Nanito thank me. Butitis getting glad you out to head home. Issued be closing up shop soon. She began ushering him out. Indeed, it's a squiddlet, Yang Pan acknowledged, glancing at the time. I'll take me leave no. Thank you for the commemorative gift. Farewell. With that, he turned and pasheta penthi heavy door to exit. Farewell, fated person. As Yang Pan stepped out of thop, Thuo man bid him farewell. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that there to wasami what peculiar, as if hereward scaried an underlying significance. Shaking his slight liking head, Yang Pan dismissed the strange thoughts were lingen, his mind and resolved to return to his residence. However, just as Shedder need a corner, it suddenly struck him that, after conversing for so long, he had no Tevin inquired about the name of the establishment. With this realization, he contemplated turning back dosk. To his astonishment, up and retracing his steps, Heffen no tracy of thop, asifithid never existy datal. A gust of wind swept, causing Yang Panto shiver inexplicably. After patting, Ispaketa confirmed that the cherished keepsake remained within. He scratched the shade and muttered, it seems a truly overindulged thighs of enning. With that, he shook his shade and made his way back to his abode. Chapter 3. Infinite space without pausing for even a moment. Yang Pan swiftly returned to his rented room. Upon entering, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue, only to notice the bloodstains upon it. Suddenly, he was reminded that his head injury had yet to be treated at a hospital. However, having returned home, he felt reluctant to venture out again, opting instead to tend to it himself. Rubbing his head, Yang Pan perceived that the pain from the wound had subsided somewhat, and the effects of the alcohol he had consumed earlier were waning as well. What transpired? Did I misremember? How could that peculiar shop vanish so suddenly? Yang Pan was still somewhat perturbed by the mysterious disappearance of the strange store. Forget it. He resolved to investigate further when he had the time. Rising to his feet, he tossed his phone onto the bed, placed the cherished trinket on the table, and then removed his clothes, reeking of alcohol and stained with blood. Grabbing a towel and a basin, he stepped outside, preparing to take a shower as soon as Yang Pan crossed the threshold. The trinket he had placed on the table emitted a fleeting glow. Regrettably, no one was present in the room to witness the spectacle. Shortly thereafter, Yang Pan returned from his shower, feeling rather fatigued. He set the basin containing his dirty clothes in the corner, intending to wash them the following day after cleansing himself. He approached the only cabinet in the room, opened it, and retrieved a small first aid kit. He then sat at the table, ready to attend to his head wound. Though the location of his injury appeared precarious, it was not overly severe, and given his decent physical condition, he could endure the pain. However, as he disinfected the wound with alcohol, his unsteady hand caused the cotton swab to jab directly into the injury, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. The sensation was more intense than if he had received another blow to the head. Having learned from his mistake, Yang Pan proceeded with greater caution, and after approximately 20 minutes, he successfully treated the wound without further incident. Once he had tidied the first aid kit and returned it to the cabinet, he lay down on the bed, feeling somewhat weary. Yet, thinking of his injury, he adjusted his position, lying in a somewhat uncomfortable manner as he prepared to rest before succumbing to sleep. He habitually picked up his phone to check for any urgent matters. After confirming there was nothing pressing, he set it aside and cast a final glance at the trinket on the table before closing his eyes and drifting off. Identity confirmation successful. Commencing binding in a state of drowsiness. Yang Pan seemed to hear a voice. He sat up, rubbing his aching head, and began to survey his surroundings in search of the source of the sound. At that moment, the trinket, which should have remained still on the table, suddenly emitted a red light. Yang Pan gazed at the table in astonishment, momentarily bewildered. Just as he was trying to comprehend the situation, the glowing trinket transformed, becoming a beam of red light that shot towards him like a bullet. At that instant, Yang Pan realized it was too late to evade. He could only weakly raise his hand in a futile attempt to block it. The red light, seemingly devoid of physical form, passed through his arm and penetrated his chest, dumbfounded as he watched the red light from the trinket enter his body. Yang Pan momentarily lost his bearings, however. Before he could react, a sudden burning sensation in his chest jolted his mind into clarity. He hastily pulled open his shirt to examine his chest, where he saw a verdant green symbol representing infinity, slowly materializing, exactly like the symbol on the trinket he had brought from the shop. As Yang Pan pondered the bizarre events unfolding within him, a mechanical voice filled his ears once again. Soul binding complete. Identity number generated. 97762. Identity confirmed. Apprentice Executor. Apprentice Executor 97762. Please be advised that the trial task transmission will commence in 1 minute. Please prepare accordingly. Countdown. 60, 59, 58. Hey, at least tell me what's going on. Yang Pan stared at the semi-transparent screen that had suddenly appeared before him, feeling as though his mind was overwhelmed. What on earth is happening? Yang Pan was engulfed in confusion, yet there was no one to provide answers. The countdown displayed on the semi-transparent screen continued to diminish, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of urgency. Practical by nature, Yang Pan resolved to prepare himself, realizing there was little he could accomplish in just a minute. He hastily donned a shirt and pants, barely managing to step into his shoes without fastening the laces when the time was up. Countdown complete. Transmission commencing. As the mechanical notification concluded, Yang Pan observed a radiant circle of light materializing beneath his feet. In an instant, he felt as if he were being hurled into a rapidly spinning washing machine. The world around him spun violently, and amidst the chaos, he lost consciousness. When Yang Pan regained awareness, he found himself in a completely transformed environment, having transitioned from his cramped, dilapidated room to a profound, Chaotic void. Transmission successful. The trial task will commence in 30 minutes. Apprentice executors must determine the trial task through the infinite mark. Should the time elapse without a selection, the infinite space will assign a task at random. For the duration of these 30 minutes, the apprentice executor will remain in a state of safety as soon as Yang Pan awakened. A series of mechanical notifications filled the air, and once more, the semi-transparent screen emerged before him, displaying the previous prompts alongside the countdown timer steadily decreasing from 30 minutes. Am I being flushed out of a toilet? Yang Pan shook his slightly dizzy head and muttered his dissatisfaction before beginning to inspect his surroundings. Upon realizing the nature of his current environment, Yang Pan felt a mixture of surprise and curiosity rather than panic, particularly regarding the pale blue barrier enveloping him when he tentatively touched it. He discovered that, despite its seemingly thin appearance, the barrier possessed remarkable resilience. Likely impervious to ordinary blades, is this what is meant by a state of safety? Yang Pan inquired tentatively, yes. This time, the semi-transparent screen displayed 2 characters. Confirming Yang Pan's question, with the assurance of his safety and the peculiar screen's responsiveness, he began to straighten his attire and organize his thoughts. After fastening his shoelaces and dressing properly, Yang Pan addressed the screen. Where is this place? What does the symbol on my chest signify? This realm exists within the cosmic void governed by infinite space. The symbol on your chest is the infinite mark. It serves as your identification within infinite space and is crucial for completing space tasks. What is infinite space? What are executors? How can I view my tasks? By communicating with the infinite mark on your chest, you may ascertain all that you ought to know. Upon observing the screen, which indeed seemed capable of addressing his inquiries, Yang Pan promptly inundated it with a barrage of questions. Yet, after delivering a single response, the screen fell silent, as if it had succumbed to a system crash. Faced with the unresponsive interface, Yang Pan followed its guidance, directing his focus toward the emerald green infinite mark upon his chest. What initially appeared to be an ethereal endeavor unfolded with unexpected ease. Within mere seconds, he established a connection with the infinite mark, which simultaneously transmitted a wealth of specialized information directly into his mind. The origins of the infinite space remained shrouded in mystery. Yet the potency it possessed was indisputable. It routinely dispatched its subordinate executors across various realms, compelling them to fulfill a myriad of tasks. Executors who succeeded in completing the mandates of the infinite space would reap rewards, while failure would result in punishment. The entire process, seemingly straightforward, was, in truth, profoundly ruthless. The information relayed through the mark was scant, yet it opened a portal to a new world for Yang Pan, igniting a surge of excitement within him. The concept of boundless space and diverse worlds had long been the object of his fervent aspirations. Once he stabilized his emotions, Yang Pan resumed his exploration of the infinite mark. To his astonishment, he discovered he could manipulate the translucent screen before him through the infinite mark. In essence, the screen itself was a manifestation of the mark, readily responsive to his will. As Yang Pan's thoughts stirred, the semi-transparent display materialized once more. However, due to the consciousness connection he had forged with the infinite mark, the newly appearing screen bore subtle differences from its predecessor. Once merely a dialogue box, it now showcased 4 new options: personal attributes, information prompts, storage space, and spatial tasks. Though these 4 selections appeared deceptively simple, they encompassed the majority of the infinite mark's capabilities. Chapter 4. The functions of the mark. Gazing at the newly unveiled options, Yang Pan stroked his chin, preparing to glean an understanding of their significance. Directing his thoughts toward personal attributes, the previously blank screen transformed to the top of the panel. His own image materialized, flanked by 2 columns, one red and one blue. The red column, slightly diminished, bore the label life, while the blue column, intact, was inscribed with mental power. Life reflected his current physical state, while mental power served to activate certain skills. Beneath this image, a series of data points lined up in neat array. Identity number, 97762. Rank, apprentice executor. Physical attributes: strength, 8 agility, 5 stamina, 8 mental, 12 luck. Special attributes cannot be viewed. Note: normal adult males possess an attribute baseline of 5, with individual attributes exhibiting certain tendencies. For instance, some may excel in upper body strength while others in lower body strength, resulting in a balanced numerical display. Executors are advised to ascertain their specific tendencies. Bloodline: none talent. Wildness: rare, passive. Enhances emotional control and pain tolerance. Yet there exists a probability of entering a frenzied state when emotions spiral out of control. Active: upon activation of the talent, a significant boost to strength and agility occurs, accompanied by an intensified desire to attack. While rationality diminishes, should emotions experience substantial fluctuations, the skill's effects will further amplify, and there exists a considerable likelihood of succumbing to madness. Rationality vanishes, disregarding friend or foe, with attribute amplification effects heightened. Following the skill's conclusion, the executor will enter a temporary state of weakness proportional to the degree of amplification. Note: the grading of talents and skills ranges from low to high common, rare, uncommon, epic, legendary. Skills: none current condition. Light injury. Yang Pan scrutinized his attributes displayed on the panel, noting that his strength and stamina exceeded that of the average person, and his agility was on par with the norm. Which was as expected, however. He was taken aback to discover his mental attribute was over twice that of a typical individual. The light injury status was likely a remnant of his prior head trauma. The emergence of the wildness talent prompted Yang Pan to direct yet another query toward the infinite mark, and the response he received did not disappoint. According to the system's information, while the talent was not exceedingly rare, it was hardly commonplace. Typically, around 30 individuals in the infinite space possess a talent, and among those, only 10 may claim a rare talent, with the remainder holding common talents. The probability of acquiring a rare talent is a mere 0. 3. The chances of encountering epic and legendary talents are even more staggering, with epic talents appearing at a rate of 1 in 100,000, while legendary talents emerge with a frequency of only 1 in 10 million. Of course, talents are not immutable. Most can be evolved, and even individuals devoid of talents may acquire them through certain extraordinary means, though the space does not provide specific methodologies, leaving executors to discover them on their own. After absorbing this information, Yang Pan assessed his talent with satisfaction. Its purely offensive nature resonated with him. Although the potential for entering a frenzied state posed a danger, he regarded it as preferable to passively awaiting demise. This talent, if wielded adeptly, could serve as a potent trump card. After contemplating his personal attributes, Yang Pan shifted his focus to the system prompts section. The screen transformed anew, the data columns vanishing as the prior messages and inquiries from the infinite mark materialized. Resembling a chat log, from the initial identity binding notice to the current talent information, all was accessible. Yang Pan swiftly scanned the displayed information, gaining a general understanding of the section's purpose as a conduit for communication. Upon directing his consciousness to the storage space option, the screen reverted to its vacant state, yet he sensed a connection to an unseen, extraordinary domain. Experiencing the novelty of engaging with such an advanced storage mechanism, Yang Pan felt a surge of curiosity. He promptly shed his nightwear to conduct a test. After several attempts, he grasped the functionality of the storage space. The infinite mark endowed him with a storage capacity of approximately 1 cubic meter, allowing for the free retrieval and deposit of items, albeit with a delay of around 3 seconds during access. Overall, this functionality proved more than adequate for his storage needs. Having noted the temporal delay associated with item retrieval, Yang Pan proceeded to examine the final option on the screen, spatial tasks. With a mere thought, he activated this section, and the screen illuminated with new information. Trial World, Parallel Space Forest Valley Spatial Task. Unconfirmed to select task difficulty. Please choose easy, normal, hard once again. The infinite space's prompt echoed in his mind. Yang Pan cast a cursory glance and without hesitation opted for the highest difficulty, acutely aware that without sacrifice, there could be no reward. The selection of this spatial trial task was critical for his survival in the infinite space. Task difficulty selection successful. Task has been generated. Trial Task 1. Survive for 7 days in the trial world. Task Reward, 500 trade points failure penalty. Death Trial Task 2. Eliminate a carnivorous large beast within the trial world. Task Reward, 500 trade points failure penalty. Death upon completion of the trial tasks. The executor will obtain the qualification for the beginner identity, with the completion of Task 1 automatically recognized upon achieving Task 2, allowing for exit from the trial space. Note: trial tasks must be completed. Failure results in death. Having reviewed the selected difficulty and the ensuing trial tasks, Yang Pan felt a profound sense of malice emanating from the failure penalties. Failing to survive for 7 days would inevitably result in obliteration. There was no need for such a draconian consequence, since the infinite space had established the death penalty. It was evidently designed to force him into a desperate confrontation with the carnivorous beasts of the task world. Yet, despite this grim realization, there was no recourse. The tasks had been assigned, and given the authority of the infinite space, fleeing would be futile. Moreover, upon reflection, the prospect of engaging in a life-or-death struggle against such formidable predators seemed to carry an exhilarating thrill. 3, 2, 1, preparation time concluded. Commencing teleportation as the countdown from the infinite space echoed around him, Yang Pan squatted down, attempting to prepare himself, yet it proved fruitless. The sensation of being unceremoniously hurled into a swirling abyss engulfed him once more, and after a dizzying whirl, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. When he regained awareness, he found himself in a valley. This, he surmised, must be the so-called trial world. As he surveyed his surroundings, he mused to himself. Apprentice Executor teleportation successful. Trial task initiated. Detecting light injury to head for subject 97762. Repairs have been conducted. This repair is complementary to AS. He gazed at the prompt that appeared before him. Yang Pan instinctively touched the wound on his head, only to discover that the pain had indeed vanished, and the injury had completely healed. After marveling at the wonders of this space, Yang Pan began to attentively survey his surroundings. Given that this was a trial mission, it was evident that it would not merely conclude with a leisurely stroll. Yang Pan found himself at the edge of a dense forest, with the ground strewn with leaves and patches of wild grass sprouting here and there. Not far off, a meandering river could be seen, alongside which grazed several herbivorous creatures resembling wild deer. Just as Yang Pan was about to wander further to familiarize himself with the area, he suddenly heard the sound of leaves rustling behind him. He quickly turned to investigate, and there he beheld a pair of gleaming green eyes filled with menace. Chapter 5. The wolf Yang Pan's gaze was fixed upon those emerald eyes, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, for they belonged to a wild wolf. This wolf stood before him with a coat of ashen gray, measuring nearly 1.30 meters in length and approximately 70 centimeters at the shoulder. Unfortunately, Yang Pan had little knowledge of wolves, and thus could not ascertain its specific breed. However, even if he had studied them, there was no time to ponder the wolf's classification, as it was steadily advancing towards him. With his eyes locked onto the wolf's movements, Yang Pan took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. He gently wrapped his right hand around the fabric of his nightgown and secured it around his left arm. His movements were deliberate and soft, as if to avoid startling the beast. Yet, it was clear that this wolf had set its sights on him, and with combat seemingly inevitable, he resolved to buy himself some time to prepare. On a more fortunate note, wolves were social animals, and this one appeared to be a solitary wolf, which could be considered a stroke of luck, Yang Pan thought. Just then, the wolf's patience seemed to have worn thin. With a low growl, it lunged towards him. Observing the wolf's charge, Yang Pan swung his left arm, wrapped in the nightgown, towards it. This action, rather than being a strike, resembled an invitation for the wolf to sink its teeth into him. True to form, the wolf seized the opportunity and clamped down on his left arm, its teeth breaking through the fabric and piercing into his flesh. Although the nightgown provided some degree of protection, the pain from the tearing sensation was unmistakable. With the wolf's jaws firmly latched onto his arm and its head constrained from significant movement, Yang Pan seized the moment to thrust his right hand towards the wolf's throat. The wolf, realizing too late the danger of his approaching hand, could not evade in time. Yang Pan's grip tightened around the wolf's neck, and he exerted his strength that a sharp crack echoed from the wolf's throat. Reminiscent of something being crushed, and the creature, in a frenzy, began to thrash its head violently, attempting to tear away from Yang Pan's grasp as the pain in his left arm intensified. Yang Pan summoned his resolve and activated his innate ability, wildness. Feeling a surge of power coursing through him, Yang Pan let out a low growl and grasped the wolf's head with both hands, channeling his strength to hurl the beast against a nearby tree. The impact resonated with a crisp sound, akin to bones fracturing, as after observing the information presented by infinite marks, Yang Pan tested the weapon in his hand. Although its quality was the most inferior gray and its attributes appeared rather unimpressive, the sharp point could pierce through wolf skin with just a slight application of force, indicating a commendable level of sharpness. Of course, this was merely an ordinary gray bone weapon produced by a wild wolf, and it was highly susceptible to damage upon encountering any relatively hard object, thereby rendering it unsuitable for direct confrontation with foes. Nevertheless, for the unarmed Yang Pan, this wolf bone spike could be deemed a decent means of self-defense. He secured this solitary weapon at his waist, ensuring it was readily accessible when needed, and then stored the wolf carcass in his inventory to serve as sustenance for the coming days. Having completed these tasks, Yang Pan untied the nightgown that had been wrapped around his left arm and began to inspect the wounds. After confirming that the injuries were not deep and would not impede normal movement, he rewrapped the wounds with the nightgown, deciding to address them later. Once this was done, the weakness brought on by his talent wildness gradually dissipated, and Yang Pan began to observe his surroundings while making his way toward the river beyond the woods. Upon arriving at the riverbank, he found that the animals which had previously been in the area had already fled. He crouched down by the river, took a sip of water, and tore a strip from his nightgown to bandage his wound. Tying the remaining portion around his waist, after ensuring there were no other dangerous animals nearby, Yang Pan retrieved the wolf's carcass from his inventory, preparing to process it. However, gazing at the wolf's body in the water, he felt a sense of headache. Although he had killed fish and chickens at home, he had never dealt with a wolf before. Yet, with no better options available, he unsheathed the wolf bone spike from his waist and steeled himself for the task. After more than half an hour of laborious effort, Yang Pan finally finished processing the wolf, but due to the lack of proper tools and experience, the entire job was rather crude. He managed to skin the wolf, albeit with many puncture marks left by the bone spike, and aside from that, it was relatively clean. The wolf's entrails were extracted in their entirety and wrapped in the nightgown, despite the nausea it induced. He collected them in his inventory, believing they might still have some utility. Despite their overwhelming stench, he did not remove the meat from the bones, fearing that doing so might damage his weapon. So he simply rinsed it with water before storing it away. After processing the wolf's carcass, Yang Pan washed away the blood on his body, then began to gather a multitude of weeds from the surrounding area. He repeatedly kneaded the plants until they became a paste-like substance, which he then smeared onto his skin. This technique was something he had learned from survival shows, as it could help mask his scent. It was well known that many animals in the wild relied on their sense of smell to track prey, and he certainly did not wish to be caught off guard by a large carnivore while resting. Once everything was finished, Yang Pan looked up at the sun and estimated that it was now afternoon. It seems processing the wolf took quite a bit of time. He muttered softly before turning toward the woods, needing to find a place to take refuge, for he had to survive here for 7 days. Chapter 6. Encounter with a tiger. As Yang Pan entered the forest, his waist began to bend slightly, his steps gradually slowing, and his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings, vigilant for any potential dangers. He needed to find a sufficiently concealed and sturdy location to serve as a shelter, ideally while also searching for edible food. Although there was still wolf meat in his inventory, its quantity was limited and raw, suitable only for emergencies, and consuming too much raw meat could easily lead to illness. Falling ill in such a place would be tantamount to a death sentence. Additionally, cooking meat over a fire was not advisable here. On one hand, starting a fire without any tools would require a significant expenditure of energy, and on the other hand, roasting meat in the open without a shelter would undoubtedly attract nearby wild beasts, a prospect that would leave his small frame vastly outmatched. Having walked for a short while in the forest, Yang Pan was compelled to pause momentarily as he broke off a small tree, which he then fashioned into a makeshift walking stick and probing rod after a brief trimming. Before he resumed his journey, his need for such a tool was urgent, as navigating through the forest was quite taxing. There were several instances when he nearly tripped over tree roots and holes in the ground. With the aid of the walking stick and probing rod, his progress became considerably smoother. With a tool in hand, Yang Pan continued his exploration as the sun began to dip toward the west. He made some discoveries. During this time, he found some unfamiliar berries nestled within a thicket. These berries were small, purple-red in color, and quite tart but abundant in quantity. After a personal taste test, Yang Pan confirmed that these berries were non-toxic and edible. He noted the location and broke off a branch laden with berries to store in his inventory for dinner. In addition to the berries, he also discovered numerous mushrooms growing on some decayed, fallen logs. Yang Pan collected the mushrooms he recognized as edible, while also gathering the colorful ones with a distinctly peculiar odor, believing they might hold some value as well. At this moment, Yang Pan found himself hidden within a patch of grass, pressing his body tightly against the ground as if trying to meld into the earth itself. His gaze remained fixed ahead, and following his line of sight, one could see a majestic tiger, the king of the forest, with its striking yellow and black stripes. Just by its size, it was evident that this was a remarkably healthy adult tiger, measuring nearly 3 meters in length including its tail and weighing conservatively over 150 kilograms. Currently, the massive feline lay beneath a large tree. Beside it lay the skeletal remains of a deer, suggesting it had just finished a meal. Given the circumstances, the tiger had yet to notice Yang Pan, but it showed no inclination of departing. At this moment, Yang Pan, concealed in the grass, silently assessed his combat potential against the tiger and concluded, a direct confrontation would surely lead to my downfall, even considering his talent wildness and the wolf-bone spike. Just as he pondered this, a notification suddenly appeared in his mind. Task objective detected. Scan function unlocked. Scan. Consume mental energy to analyze the target. If the target's power is overwhelming, complete information may not be obtained and detection is likely. Note: this function cannot be used on the executor. What timely assistance! Yang Pan thought, quickly directing his attention toward the tiger to utilize the scan feature. An informational prompt materialized before him, and the tiger abruptly lifted its head, surveying its surroundings. However, upon finding nothing amiss, it lowered its head once more. Tiger, ordinary wild beast, life 100. Description: a carnivorous predator inhabiting the forest, possessing considerable strength and aggression. Current state: satiated, aggression reduced. In comparison to his own attributes panel, the information gleaned from his investigation appeared rather rudimentary, even somewhat crude. However, the massive form of the tiger before him decisively indicated that it was not a target he could challenge at present. After reviewing the information he had gathered, Yang Pan remained motionless, continuing to lie low in the underbrush, too wary to make any sudden moves. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, the tiger finally rose, stretching languidly before departing in a particular direction. Only when the tiger was nearly out of sight did Yang Pan rise, quietly following in the same direction. After trailing the tiger for approximately half an hour, Yang Pan watched as it entered a cave nestled within the rocky cliffside. He meticulously noted the cave's location and marked it on the surrounding trees before silently retreating. Once away from the tiger's lair, Yang Pan approached a large tree he had discovered during his exploration of the forest. Previously, he had been unable to find a safe place to rest, so now, for the sake of security, he resolved to take shelter in the tree. His choice was deliberate. It was the tallest tree in the vicinity, offering an unobstructed view, and its dense foliage would help conceal his presence at that moment. Yang Pan reclined against the trunk, consuming berries and mushrooms he had retrieved from his storage space. Frankly, the taste of these items left much to be desired. The berries were exceedingly sour, and the mushrooms had an odd flavor when eaten raw. Nevertheless, such concerns were trivial. The paramount issue was how to fulfill the requirements of his spatial task. As he munched on the meager fare, he reflected on the tiger's habits and the items at his disposal, beginning to devise a strategy for confronting the formidable beast. On the second day of the trial space, as dawn broke, Yang Pan opened his eyes. He had not slept well the previous night. The uneven branches and the cacophony of wild animals, coupled with the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, had left him restless. With a leap, he descended from the tree, stretching his stiff limbs, and prepared to put his previously conceived plan into action. After extracting the wolf's carcass, its entrails, and the collected poisonous mushrooms from his storage, Yang Pan set about crafting a sinister gift for the tiger. First, he used a wolf bone to make incisions in the wolf's body, then blended the crushed poisonous mushrooms with the remnants of the wolf's blood, applying the mixture to the carcass. Next, he incorporated some of the toxic mushrooms into the wolf's entrails, stirring them thoroughly before reinserting them into the chest cavity of the wolf. Finally, he wrapped the processed carcass in the tattered wolf pelt, securing it tightly. Thus, the gift for the tiger was prepared. The undertaking was not overly complex. It merely involved utilizing the wolf's meat and poisonous mushrooms to create a toxic offering for the tiger. Whether it would succeed was a matter left to fate. After completing the sinister gift, Yang Pan wiped his hands in the dirt to remove the blood, stowed away the present, and stealthily made his way toward the tiger's cave. He proceeded cautiously, pausing to observe his surroundings with each step. He had no desire to encounter the tiger directly. Upon reaching the vicinity of the tiger's lair, he found the large tree where he had marked the location the day before and gazed at the cave. From the outside, it was impossible to discern whether the tiger had ventured out. After a thorough inspection of the area, Yang Pan discovered the path the tiger used to enter and exit its den. Carefully, he retrieved the gift and hurled it into the cave before swiftly turning to retreat, indifferent to the outcome. After leaving the tiger's den, Yang Pan arrived at the riverside where he had dealt with the wolf's carcass. Feeling somewhat famished, he pulled out the remaining berries and mushrooms from the previous day. Consuming them with the river water, he mused to himself that mere sustenance would not suffice for his impending confrontation with the tiger. Earlier that morning, while preparing the gift, he had also sliced off some raw wolf meat. But now, having just eaten, he opted to refrain from consuming it for safety's sake. After his modest meal, Yang Pan rose and followed the river downstream. Intending to take advantage of his current state of health to explore the surroundings as he walked along the riverbank, he noticed numerous herbivorous creatures, but they all fled at the sight of him. He considered attempting to catch one, but the open terrain and the agility of the prey forced him to abandon the idea. After some time along the river, he stumbled upon a lake, its edges adorned with wild grasses, where many herbivores gathered to drink and graze. Just as Yang Pan contemplated approaching the water's edge, a deer standing there caught his attention, or more precisely, the shadow lurking in the water not far from the deer. However, before he could discern what it was, the shadow suddenly launched an attack on the unsuspecting deer. A massive serpent's head erupted from the water, sinking its fangs into the deer, and moments later, its lengthy body emerged, ensnaring the creature with an iron grip. The sound of cracking bones echoed chillingly, and the deer, ensnared by the colossal serpent, gradually ceased its struggles. Upon sensing its prey's demise. The serpent released its hold and commenced its feast. Yang Pan watched the horrifying scene, a chill running down his spine, sweat threatening to soak his clothing. He was not far from the water's edge, and had the serpent targeted him, he would likely share the same grim fate as the deer. Realizing this, he abandoned his exploration and fled toward the nearby forest, all the while casting a scouting glance back at the monstrous serpent. Water python, wild beast, life 100. Description: a colossal serpent residing near water sources, possessing immense constricting strength, adept at ambushing prey in water, but slow on land. Chapter 7. Thorough preparations. Yang Pan hurried into the forest, his heart pounding as he reviewed the information he had gathered. His gaze returned to the serpent devouring the deer, noting that the girth of the creature at its thickest was greater than his waist. The deer, swiftly dispatched, vanished down the serpent's throat. This water python could undoubtedly serve as a target for the trial, but slaying it would prove far more challenging than taking down the tiger. Yang Pan had no doubt that even the tiger would become a meal for this formidable serpent. Moreover, the water python, as a member of the serpent family, embodied the adage "a centipede dies but never falls," reflecting the resilience inherent in serpents. Its massive size coupled with its robust vitality left Yang Pan with little hope of defeating it. Fortunately, The python's sluggish movement on land offered him some reprieve regarding his own safety. He touched the wolf bone at his waist, realizing that it would likely splinter upon striking the serpent. Thus he abandoned any thoughts of attempting to kill the water python to complete his task. After marking the location, Yang Pan temporarily set aside thoughts of the serpent and ventured deeper into the forest. With midday approaching, he wanted to check on the gift he had prepared for the tiger, hoping to ascertain whether it had been received. After a short walk, he arrived at the location where he had deposited the gift. To his relief, the offering had vanished, and traces on the ground indicated it had been dragged into the tiger's lair. However, the cave appeared undisturbed, while Yang Pan would have relished the sight of the tiger succumbing to the poison. He understood that such an outcome was highly improbable. He could hardly believe that the randomly sourced poisonous mushrooms could lethally affect such a formidable creature, seeing that the cave remained quiet for the time being. Yang Pan decided to postpone further investigation until later. Additionally, he needed to prepare himself for the upcoming confrontation and replenish his strength. Returning to the tall tree where he had rested the previous night, he climbed up, mindful that even during daylight, the ground was far from safe. Once settled in the tree, he retrieved the wolf meat, which weighed approximately 2 pounds without hesitation. He began to consume it raw, disregarding any reservations he may have had. To his surprise, eating raw meat was not as repulsive as he had imagined. Apart from a slight gamey taste, he found the texture quite satisfying. A few seasonings would have undoubtedly enhanced the experience. He mused as he gnawed on the flesh. Before long, the 2-pound chunk of wolf meat had been devoured, leaving him feeling significantly more comfortable. Yang Pan, having satisfied his hunger, reclined on the branch, preparing to rest. Given his restless night, he needed to gather his energy for the impending battle as the sun began its westward descent. Yang Pan finally opened his eyes, stretched, and leaped down to the forest floor, casting his gaze toward the tiger's lair. Grasping the wolf bone firmly in his hand, he whispered to himself, "It is time to fulfill my task." Upon returning to the tiger's cave, he could hear the tiger's roars from a considerable distance. Yet, within those sounds lay a hint of weakness, as if the creature were in great distress. It appeared that the tiger had indeed received his gift. Listening to the tiger's roar, Yang Pan contemplated. Although he had not directly poisoned the beast, he felt no disappointment. The mere ability to influence its condition was sufficient for him. If tasks could be completed so easily, the so-called spatial trials would indeed be overly simplistic. Moreover, Yang Pan believed that had he managed to kill the tiger outright, the realm would likely not acknowledge his completion of the task. Overall, he was content with the current outcome, yet the next steps would require his own initiative. However, despite his resolve, he felt a twinge of trepidation at the thought of proactively attacking the tiger, for such a creature, even in a weakened state, was not one that an ordinary person could easily confront. Recalling the behavioral patterns of tigers, as a large feline predator, they generally relied on their formidable physical strength to subdue their prey before targeting the vulnerable throat for a swift kill. Truth be told, even with the knowledge of the tiger's deteriorated state, Yang Pan lacked the confidence to engage it directly. Thus, he understood that to secure victory, he must create an opportunity, one that would allow him to strike a fatal blow. Otherwise, once the tiger heightened its vigilance, he would be left with no chance whatsoever. As he mulled over these thoughts, Yang Pan began to inspect the items at his disposal, seeking something of use. After a thorough examination from head to toe, his gaze settled upon the pair of shoes beneath him, the only remaining item capable of withstanding a tiger's bite. A pragmatic individual, Yang Pan prioritized durability when making purchases, rarely considering aesthetics. While his shoes were neither branded nor particularly attractive, they boasted resilience. The soles would withstand considerable force, and he surmised that even a tiger would struggle to penetrate them with a single bite. He removed the shoes and, using a wolf's bone, cut into the upper part. Then, enduring the foul odor emanating from within, secured both shoes around his neck. Subsequently, he retrieved a garment that had been wrapped around the entrails of a wild wolf and wrapped it around the shoes. After ensuring that the soles adequately shielded his neck, Yang Pan braced himself against the stench of the entrails mingling with the odor of the shoes and the awkwardness of their positioning. Nevertheless, he persevered, for the situation demanded it. His life depended on such preparations, with the neck protection in place. Yang Pan proceeded to cut a segment from each pant leg, wrapping them around his feet and stuffing grass into the soles before tightening the laces. Rising to his feet and testing his mobility, he found that his movements remained unimpeded, and his feet were shielded from the rugged terrain of the jungle. He then began to prepare for the next phase. Yang Pan looked down at his thin attire and let out a sigh. Being summer, he could hardly don heavy winter clothing, shaking off such futile thoughts. He squatted down and gathered a considerable amount of grass and leaves, stuffing them into his clothing before long. Both his chest and back were bulging with the makeshift padding. Though he refrained from filling his arms, concerned that it would hinder their agility, the sensation of leaves and grass brushing against his skin was quite uncomfortable. Despite the physical discomfort, he felt a semblance of psychological reassurance. Shaking his now bulky upper body filled with foliage, Yang Pan took a deep breath and began to advance toward the tiger's lair. Although his preparations had consumed considerable time, the tiger's relentless howls persisted, its vocalizations and stamina far exceeding those of an ordinary creature. As he drew closer to the cave, Yang Pan's steps grew heavier, and it seemed that the tiger had sensed his approach. Its earlier pained and weakened cries ceased, replaced by a low growl imbued with a palpable threat. At this juncture, Yang Pan refused to be deterred by the menacing roar. Instead, he continued to approach the cave, where the scene within soon came into view. In this cavern reeking of foul odors, the focal point of Yang Pan's attention was the tiger, standing in the center with its body slightly hunched. Emitting a deep growl from its throat, the next most prominent feature was the source of the stench. Pools of vomit scattered about the cave floor, among the regurgitated matter. He discerned chunks of flesh laced with blood and tufts of unfamiliar fur, possibly remnants of the gift he had bestowed upon the tiger. Observing the tiger's notably weakened state, Yang Pan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that his offering had indeed borne fruit. Simultaneously, he adjusted his stance to ensure that the impending confrontation unfolded according to his strategy. Chapter 8. The hunt and the unforeseen change. During the time Yang Pan spent observing the tiger, its low growls intensified, and its muscles tensed as if preparing to pounce at any moment. However, the beast seemed to hesitate, perhaps intimidated by Yang Pan's inflated appearance, augmented by the stuffing of grass and leaves, or maybe due to its own poor condition, or possibly a combination of both. In any case, the tiger refrained from launching a direct attack, opting instead for a display of intimidation through growling. A glimmer of insight flickered in Yang Pan's eyes as he activated his detectability, bringing the tiger's attributes once more into focus. This time, however, a new negative attribute appeared alongside the previous ones. Tiger, ordinary beast. Health, 62. Description: a carnivorous predator residing in the forest, possessing formidable strength and aggression. Weakened. Currently in a state of weakness, with slightly diminished physical capabilities. The tiger's health had plummeted from a full 100 to a mere 62. And it was indeed in a weakened state. This presented Yang Pan with an excellent opportunity. As seconds ticked by, both parties remained locked in a tense standoff, and beads of sweat began to form on Yang Pan's brow. After all, he was facing a tiger, not a domestic cat, and the pressure was substantial. Just as he contemplated whether to take the initiative, the tiger could no longer contain itself. Its low growls escalated into a fierce roar, and it lunged at Yang Pan with the speed of a released arrow, showing no signs of its earlier frailty. Yet, despite his surprise at the tiger's sudden charge, Yang Pan remained calm, for this was precisely what he had anticipated. Before making contact with the tiger, Yang Pan leaned back slightly to lessen the impact on his body. He was directly pounced upon by the tiger and fell to the ground, yet remarkably, he sustained minimal harm. The leaves and grasses he had stuffed into his clothing prior served as effective cushioning, significantly reducing the force of the impact on his chest and back. However, before Yang Pan could catch his breath, the tiger opened its massive jaws, revealing its blood-stained fangs, and lunged at his somewhat rotund neck, more precisely aiming for the soles of the shoes wrapped around it. The quality of these shoes did not disappoint him. The sturdy rubber soles successfully thwarted the tiger's sharp teeth, but the immense biting force could not be entirely resisted. As the tiger clamped down on his neck, Yang Pan felt darkness closing in, and breathing became exceedingly difficult, as if his neck was on the verge of snapping. realizing the magnitude of the tiger's strength. He acknowledged that he had underestimated it. Even in a weakened state, its power remained overwhelmingly dominant. Yet, there was no place for regrets here, nor was it the time for them. It was a moment to fight for his life. Yang Pan's eyes began to redden. His heartbeat accelerated, and his innate talent, wildness, activated. In this dire predicament, the enhancement provided by wildness was extraordinarily potent, making him feel as though his strength had nearly doubled. Harnessing this newfound power, Yang Pan's left arm encircled the tiger's neck, while his legs spread wide, clamping around the tiger's torso, with a simultaneous exertion of force from both hands and feet. He secured his entire body firmly against the tiger. Once stable, his free right hand swiftly reached for his waist, drawing out the gray weapon, wolf's bone spike, which he had kept sheathed there to end this life-and-death moment. Yang Pan dared not waste a single second. Having unsheathed the weapon, he thrust the sharp yet fragile wolf's bone spike toward the tiger's throat. This target was chosen with care. The tiger's throat represented a vital area, housing essential organs like the trachea and major arteries, and lacking robust skeletal protection, making it an ideal point of attack. The wolf's bone spike penetrated the tiger's throat, yet the beast did not succumb instantly. Rather, it seemed enraged by the pain, its already fearsome biting force intensifying, while its front claws clawed desperately at Yang Pan. He felt as though his neck might be severed, with ominous cracking sounds resonating. Accompanied by waves of tearing pain in his chest and the face of such peril, the crimson glow in Yang Pan's eyes intensified. He tightened his grip around the tiger's throat with his left arm and his legs around its abdomen, while his right hand yanked the wolf's bone spike out of the tiger's throat, warm blood gushing forth. The tiger emitted a pained grunt but showed no signs of releasing its grip. Yang Pan knew he needed to resolve the battle swiftly. He could feel himself nearing the brink of collapse. The tiger's biting strength was formidable. After another attack, it would either be the tiger's demise or his own, or perhaps both would meet their end together. Steadily, Yang Pan aimed the bloodied wolf's bone spike at the tiger's ear, then thrust it down violently, twisting it fiercely. The weapon shattered under the combined pressure of his strength and the tiger's skull. The tiger's body stiffened as the wolf's bone spike struck again, its powerful jaws slackening, and the lifeless form collapsed atop Yang Pan. Discarding the remnants of the weapon, he exerted every ounce of energy to crawl out from beneath the tiger's carcass, just as the notification from the infinite space arrived. Killing the tiger yielded 50 trade points. Trial Task 2 was complete. Trial Task 1 was deemed completed by default. The apprentice executor number 97762 could choose to return to the infinite space. Upon reading the information, Yang Pan exhaled in relief, removing the shoes tied around his neck, disregarding the foot odor and the stench of blood, and planted a fervent kiss upon them, only to be met with a wave of nausea. After donning the tattered shoes once more, he began rummaging beside the tiger's body, soon discovering what he sought. A small, luminescent box. This box, also wooden, was of significantly superior quality compared to the items dropped by the wild wolves. Adorned with a vividly carved tiger's head, exuding an air of exquisite craftsmanship, Yang Pan stored the loot box away without haste to open it. He was utterly fatigued. The aftermath of his wildness ability, combined with the intense exertion from the previous battle and the choking sensation when the tiger clamped his throat, left him in dire need of rest. Currently situated within the tiger's den, a place typically devoid of other carnivorous animals due to the tiger's dominance, he felt assured that he was in one of the safest locales nearby. Of course, now that the trial task was completed, he could easily teleport back to the infinite space. Yet Yang Pan felt a twinge of reluctance to leave. He vividly recalled the extraordinary items displayed in the mysterious shop, each far surpassing a mere tiger in value. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, he reclined on the tiger's corpse and closed his eyes, the sun nearing its descent, signaling his need for a brief respite. As his consciousness gradually faded, Yang Pan slipped into a deep slumber. On the third day within the trial space, an anomaly emerged. Space intruders were detected in the trial world, their identities undetermined. Apprentice executors, please address the situation independently. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Yang Pan was abruptly awakened by the notification from the space. Upon glancing outside, he noted the daylight had fully arrived, yet the contents of the alert left him bewildered. What was going on? What were these space intruders? Instinctively, he inquired of the infinite mark. Due to unknown reasons, space intruders have appeared in the trial world. These intruders are special beings from other task worlds. Defeating them will assuredly yield loot boxes, and there is a high probability that the spoils will consist of specialty items from the intruder's native world. Should the apprentice executor wish to engage the space intruders, the infinite mark can provide guidance on their locations. If the apprentice executor successfully defeats an intruder in the trial world, the infinite space will bestow special rewards. From the content of the notification, it appeared that the infinite space was quite encouraging of executors to eliminate these so-called space intruders, and the enticing rewards were undeniably appealing. Considering the generous incentives, Yang Pan resolved to follow the guidance of the infinite space to ascertain the nature of these intruders, deciding to evaluate the disparity in strength before determining whether to engage. Having made his decision, Yang Pan opened his storage space and retrieved the loot box obtained from slaying the tiger, intending to first inspect the item he had fought so hard to acquire. Chapter 9. The powerful space intruder Yang Pan chose to open the loot box, which began to expand gradually, eventually popping open to reveal its unclear contents. Proficiently, Yang Pan reached inside to explore, soon extracting an item. Boiling tiger blood, quality, green, consumable effect, permanently increases strength attribute by 1, effective for strength attributes below 15 points. Gradually revitalizes the body, promoting recovery from injuries. Item validity duration, 2 hours. Upon expiration, the item becomes ineffective. Note: this item is a specialty of the trial space and cannot be taken out of the trial world. User binding, number 97762. Description: the fervent blood of a fierce tiger, possessing remarkably unique effects. Yang Pan gazed at the object in his hand, a transparent glass vial with a capacity of approximately 200 milliliters, filled to the brim with slightly warm, crimson blood. Shaking the glass container, Yang Pan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, items that could directly enhance one's physical attributes were indeed valuable treasures. A robust physique is the foundation of true strength, and given that this item was indicated to be a product of the trial realm, it likely served as a boon prepared for novice executors like himself by the boundless expanse. After reviewing the item's attributes, Yang Pan was poised to use it immediately but noticed that the spoils chest had not vanished as it had previously. He paused, storing the warm tiger blood away, and resumed his examination of the loot box. After a moment of observation, Yang Pan reached into the chest once more, retrieving 2 items in succession. The first was a tiger's skull, quality, white, material. A complete skull stripped from a tiger, still bearing the aura of its former might. The second was a tiger whip, quality, white, consumable material, effect. Consumption temporarily enhances physical stamina and certain bodily functions. Description: the reproductive organ of a male tiger, widely sought after by many men for its diverse uses. Only after extracting these 2 items did the chest gradually fade from view, allowing Yang Pan to scrutinize the peculiar objects before him. The tiger skull was relatively conventional, but the tiger whip appeared decidedly strange. Based solely on the attributes provided by the infinite mark, the tiger whip boasted promising effects. However, its bizarre shape led Yang Pan to conclude that he would likely refrain from utilizing it. With a sigh, Yang Pan stored the tiger whip and the tiger skull in his storage space. Although he felt somewhat dissatisfied with these items, the presence of at least 1 green quality item was a comforting assurance that as he pondered, Yang Pan retrieved the boiling tiger blood and tilted his head back to drink it down. The warm liquid coursed down his throat into his stomach, sending a gentle warmth radiating throughout his body. The swelling in his neck from the tiger's bite and the scratches on his chest began to tingle with a sense of numbness. After a while, the warmth in Yang Pan's body gradually subsided that he touched his neck and chest, discovering that the swelling had significantly diminished, and although the scratches showed only slight improvement, they had nonetheless healed to some extent. Opening his attribute panel, he found that his strength attribute had indeed increased by 1 point, rising from 8 to 9. a figure nearly double that of an ordinary person. Feeling the sudden surge of power within him, Yang Pan reflected on how his previous struggle with the tiger had been worthwhile. Having finished assessing his spoils, he felt grateful despite not acquiring the weapons he currently needed. With the examination complete, it was time to confront the so-called space intruder as he moved his body. He contemplated this next step. Upon uttering the words, a pale blue, translucent arrow materialized before him, accompanied by a number indicating the distance. Observing the direction indicated by the arrow and the accompanying distance, Yang Pan realized it felt somewhat familiar. Wasn't that the territory of the water python? Would the space intruder clash with it? If they could both suffer mutual destruction, that would be ideal. After confirming the arrow's direction, Yang Pan could not help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. However, he quickly shook his head, chuckling softly. He felt that ever since embarking on the trial tasks, his thoughts had become significantly more vibrant. Casting aside his scattered musings, Yang Pan began to walk in the direction pointed by the arrow initially. His movements were rather bold, but as he drew nearer to his target, he adopted a more cautious approach, uncertain of the space intruder's perceptiveness as the trees thinned. His line of sight expanded, and soon, Yang Pan emerged from the forest to the lakeside where he had previously encountered the water python. There, the space intruder came into view. Noticing the end of the guidance for the space intruder, a notification from the infinite space indicated that he had 23 uses remaining for the guidance function. Yet, Yang Pan had no time to dwell on this, for he had now clearly discerned the form of the space intruder. A wild boar, an enormous specimen at that. Gazing at this colossal beast, Yang Pan found himself at a loss for words. The wild boar stood nearly 3 meters tall and stretched almost 5 meters in length, adorned with many hard, white bristles on its head and back. Its 2 tusks varied in size, one nearly 1.5 meters long, while the other exceeded 1 meter. Judging by its size, it resembled not a pig but rather a trunkless elephant. No, that was inaccurate. This creature possessed muscles far more robust than any elephant. At that moment, the imposing wild boar stood majestically by the lake, while its former inhabitant, the water python that had once terrified Yang Pan, was now dangling from the boar's mouth like a mere strand of noodle. With each opening and closing of its jaws, the python's form gradually vanished, destined to be consumed entirely in short order. What in the world is this? Yang Pan couldn't help but exclaim, cursing under his breath. The water python had been nearly insurmountable for him, yet now it was reduced to a mere noodle in the jaws of another creature. How could one remain composed in such a situation? Despite knowing it would be futile to confront the beast, Yang Pan hid behind a tree and activated his investigation ability on the massive wild boar. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he at least wanted to gather information about his adversary. Suddenly, Yang Pan felt a sharp drop in his mental energy, plummeting from 100 to 60, before the information about the colossal wild boar slowly materialized before him. Great Wild Boar King, Space Intruder, Tooth Beast Species, Life, 100. Description: the ruler of the Wild Boar clan, known for its irritable temperament, immense strength, and tenacious vitality. It possesses the breeding rights to all females within its clan, and bears the responsibility of protecting the entire group. It will launch an attack on any target that appears before it, combining rapid charges with powerful tusks capable of splintering even sturdy trees. Note: although its charging power is formidable, its trajectory is relatively easy to predict, and its defensive capabilities are notably weaker in comparison to its offensive prowess. Upon receiving the information, Yang Pan promptly began his examination. He possessed a certain familiarity with the world inhabited by the Wild Boar King, yet he did not pay it much heed, as it was beyond his current reach. After reviewing the details, Yang Pan could not help but shake his head. Given the immense size of the Wild Boar King, he found himself at a loss despite knowing its defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. Merely relying on the thick hide and robust musculature of the beast, it was likely that even a standard rifle would inflict minimal harm, let alone Yang Pan, who was currently unarmed, regarding the offensive strength of the Wild Boar King. A mere glance at its size and formidable tusks suggested that not only his diminutive frame but even a tree as thick as his waist would likely succumb to a single collision from the beast. Casting one last look at the Wild Boar King, Yang Pan sighed and began to retreat quietly. Since he could not confront it at present, it was prudent to withdraw and contemplate a strategy once he returned to a place of safety. Pondering how to tackle this formidable creature. Chapter 10. Formulating a strategy for the hunt after departing from the lakeside where the wild boar king resided. Yang Pan returned to the tiger's den, which had evidently become his fixed refuge. The original occupant of the cave lay motionless in the center, preserved in the guise of death, yet Yang Pan had no intention of moving it for the time being. As it would prove excessively laborious, upon entering the cave, he circled the tiger's carcass. While the wolf's body was manageable, the tiger presented a challenge he was not prepared to tackle immediately. Consequently, he abandoned the notion of dealing with the tiger's remains and turned to exit the cave, uncertain of his next course of action. After approximately an hour, Yang Pan re-entered the cave, having gathered a few wooden sticks from outside. These sticks varied in thickness, with the larger ones the size of his wrist and the thinner ones akin to a finger's width. He also carried an assortment of dry twigs and withered leaves he had collected, intending to kindle a fire using the most primitive methods. The task proved rather arduous, as he possessed only a broken wolf-bone spear, which, though edged, was not particularly sharp. A half-broken spike remained lodged in the tiger's skull, refusing to budge. Sitting down on the tiger's carcass, Yang Pan took the wooden sticks and began his preparations. He sharpened one end of the thinner stick to create a drill bit and split the thicker one to carve a groove, forming a drill board. Once these were ready, he could commence the process of friction fire. Inserting the pointed end of the drill into the groove of the board, he placed some dry grass and wood shavings at the junction of the two, then clasped the drill and began to rotate it vigorously. After about half an hour, smoke began to emanate from the drill board's groove. Observing this, Yang Pan carefully set the drill aside and transferred the embers onto the prepared dry grass and leaves. Gently blowing on it, through Yang Pan's diligent efforts, a flame successfully ignited, and he retrieved firewood from his storage space, placing it beside the fire to ensure it blazed brightly. Seated next to the burgeoning fire, Yang Pan held a stick skewered with a chunk of meat, freshly cut from the tiger's leg. Nearby, several other sticks similarly bore pieces of meat. As he roasted the meat, Yang Pan began to contemplate strategies for dealing with the wild boar king. Conventional methods were unlikely to suffice against such a formidable creature. The notion of using toxic mushrooms to incapacitate the beast was a fanciful dream. The most plausible approach lay in the ancestral technique of traps. However, the question of how to dispatch the wild boar king, once ensnared, remained a significant dilemma. Yet, upon gazing at the flames flickering in the fire, an idea sparked in his mind, leading him to muse. Perhaps there is a way after all. Having formulated a plan to confront the wild boar king, Yang Pan resolved to explore the vicinity for a suitable location to set his traps. Considering the creature's immense size, he needed a space sufficiently large to contain it. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. Once he had solidified his upcoming actions, he noticed that the meat over the fire was nearly ready. Without further hesitation, he grabbed a piece of roasted tiger meat and began to eat. After satisfying his hunger, Yang Pan picked up a long wooden stick he had deliberately selected. Measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, it was straight and of an ideal thickness. Fitting comfortably in his grip, he tested its weight with a few swings before thrusting one end into the fire. Once the tip was charred, he removed it for further refinement. Repeating this process several times, the end of the stick became sharp and blackened, transforming the entire length into a short wooden spear. Although the spearhead was wooden, its exposure to the flames had slightly carbonized it, enhancing its hardness and rendering it adequate as a defensive weapon. With the weapon crafted, Yang Pan stored the remaining roasted tiger meat in his storage space, then stood and ventured outside the cave. Observing the sky, he surmised that it was nearing noon. He returned briefly to the cave to add more firewood to the blaze, ensuring it would not extinguish before departing once more to locate a suitable area for setting traps to ensnare the wild boar king. Upon exiting the cave, Yang Pan began to scout the nearby area. However, after an entire afternoon of searching, he yielded little success. The vicinity was densely wooded, and he had not ventured further afield, as the sun was setting. And wandering in the wilderness at night was not a wise choice, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Yang Pan returned to the cave. Today marked the third day in the trial world. With tomorrow ushering in the fourth day, and his remaining time in the trial space was dwindling. Noticing that his firewood supply was running low, Yang Pan made several trips outside to gather more. After enjoying a few pieces of roasted tiger meat for dinner, he retired early to rest, planning to rise at dawn to continue his search, knowing that the sooner he found a suitable location for his traps, the more preparation time he would have. Fourth day in the trial space. On the following day, before dawn, Yang Pan set out for exploration. His target site was a small hillock located some distance from the cave, which he had spotted from afar during his scouting the previous afternoon. After 2 to 3 hours of trekking, Yang Pan arrived at the small hillock he had discovered. Once there, he found a spot to rest, consumed some food, and drank water before embarking on a thorough exploration of the area. Though the hillock appeared diminutive from a distance, he soon realized its true expanse upon closer inspection. Persistence bore fruit. After half a day's exploration, Yang Pan indeed discovered a location suitable for setting traps. It was a natural pit, situated on the shaded side at the foot of a small hill, not too far from the woods. Yang Pan approached the periphery of the pit and peered inside. The entire pit exhibited an irregular circular shape, with a diameter of approximately 7 to 8 meters and a depth of around 5 meters. Perhaps due to its location on the hill's shaded side, it received minimal sunlight, and the interior was adorned with a profusion of moss, which rendered it exceedingly slippery. To the bottom, there were several small puddles of water. After examining the structure of the pit, Yang Pan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This pit could indeed be considered a trap specifically designed for the great wild boar king. Once it fell in, there would be no possibility of escape. However, the size of the pit implied that setting up a trap would be more challenging. Yet this posed no issue for Yang Pan as long as he could ensnare the beast. Expending some effort was certainly worthwhile. Having identified a suitable location for the trap, Yang Pan decided against returning to the tiger's den. His storage space contained ample roasted tiger meat, allowing him to sustain himself for 3 to 4 days without concern. And there was a water source nearby, alleviating any worries about hydration. Gazing at the expansive pit before him, Yang Pan began to contemplate the arrangement of the trap. The opening of the pit measured a good 7 to 8 meters wide, far exceeding the length of available branches, and even the average small trees were not tall enough. Moreover, even if he found sufficiently long trees, he lacked the necessary tools to fell them. Even if he could chop down a tree, he would be unable to cover the pit's opening with it. After pondering fruitlessly for a while, Yang Pan shook his head and walked toward the nearby woods, where all his usable tools and raw materials awaited him. Upon entering the forest, Yang Pan began to survey his surroundings in search of materials suitable for trap construction. His diligence soon bore fruit. After an extensive search, he discovered a type of unknown vine entwined around a tree. This vine was not rare in the forest, and although it was not particularly long, several connected together could be utilized. Furthermore, the vine exhibited commendable toughness, not easily snapping when pulled, making it suitable for weaving. Having found what he needed, Yang Pan spent some time gathering numerous vines within the woods, then made several trips between the forest and the pit, transporting the collected vines to the pit side before commencing the trap construction. Chapter 11. Setting the trap. Yang Pan sat beside the pit, holding the vines as he wove them into a large net reminiscent of a spider's web, aimed at covering the entire opening of the pit. He intended to weigh the net down with heavy objects and then conceal it with branches and foliage. To achieve this, the net needed to be slightly larger than the opening, with a diameter of at least 9 meters, lest it fail to cover the pit entirely. While contemplating the design of the net, Yang Pan's hands remained tirelessly engaged in the task. However, given the magnitude of the project, it was clear that completion would not be swift. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yang Pan worked diligently until the net had assumed a rough shape from a distance. It resembled an enlarged spider's web, albeit rather coarse, with uneven thickness and numerous knots. Nevertheless, its structural integrity was sound. All necessary ties were secured, and while it may have looked unsightly, it would serve its purpose. With the sun having set, Yang Pan paused his work to ignite a fire. The tools he had used previously were still in his storage space, and drawing from his prior experience, he managed to kindle a fire in just over 20 minutes. Sitting beside the flames, He began to contemplate the task ahead. The trap should be ready by tomorrow, but the question remained of how to lure the target. The distance from the trap to the lake where the great wild boar king resided was considerable. Even at a brisk run, it would take at least half an hour. Moreover, based on the attributes gleaned from scouting, the boar's straight-line charging speed was no laughing matter. To lead it to the trap, he would need to capitalize on its cumbersome turning radius during a charge. After resolving these thoughts, Yang Pan prepared to lie down for a rest. However, upon lying down, he recalled that he was not in the tiger's den, prompting him to rise and seek out a tree that appeared easy to climb, intending to spend the night aloft. Day 5 in the trial space. With dawn breaking, Yang Pan felt the urgency to accelerate his efforts. As more than half of his time in the trial world had elapsed, he needed to complete the trap swiftly and devise a plan to deal with the spatial intruder, the great wild boar king. After a hasty breakfast, he resumed work on the trap. Setting aside the rough net he had woven the previous day, Yang Pan ventured into the forest to gather dry branches, leaves, and other easily ignitable materials to fill the enormous pit. This task consumed much of the morning, and by the time he deemed it sufficiently filled, it was already noon. The pit, originally over 5 meters deep, was now nearly filled to the brim. Once satisfied with the pit's filling, Yang Pan retrieved the net of vines. Preparing to cover the top of the pit to seal the trap, he tied stones to the vines at the edges of the net, then gradually unfurled it until the entire opening was completely covered. With the vine net now spread over the pit, Yang Pan exhaled in relief. The most challenging aspect of the task was finally complete. All that remained was to lay some leaves on top for camouflage. Resolute, he pressed on without pausing, determined to finish the trap in one go. He began to scatter the previously collected branches and leaves over the net, dedicating over an hour to ensure the trap was thoroughly completed. From an outside perspective, the trap appeared largely unremarkable, save for a slight depression in the center. Finally, after much effort, Yang Pan completed the trap and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet suddenly, he furrowed his brow, as if recalling something after a brief moment of contemplation. He seemed to arrive at a realization, sighed, and made his way toward the water source. Standing by the riverbank, Yang Pan retrieved an item from his storage space that he had initially believed would go unused: the tiger whip, a spoil from the tiger's fallen treasure chest. Although he had reservations about this item, its efficacy was undeniable, particularly its ability to enhance physical endurance, which would prove advantageous for the task at hand. With the trap now set, tomorrow he would confront the great wild boar king. Facing such a formidable creature, increasing his physical endurance for a longer pursuit could only bode well. As he pondered this, Yang Pan vigorously washed the tiger whip in his hands until its surface appeared somewhat whitened. After cleaning the tiger whip, Yang Pan returned to the vicinity of the trap where he had earlier ignited a fire. He skewered the entire whip onto a clean branch and set it over the flames to roast. While the tiger whip was indeed a valuable item, it was also a unique organ of the tiger. Consuming it raw would be far less palatable than allowing the great wild boar king to end his life swiftly. Half an hour later, the tiger whip was ready. Despite his initial reluctance, Yang Pan, having never tasted such a delicacy, had intentionally roasted it longer now, as he inhaled the aroma wafting from the cooked whip. He found it surprisingly appetizing. Seeing the food was ready, Yang Pan put aside any further thoughts. As a pragmatic individual, he was willing to accept whatever was useful. The tiger whip was no different from a toad. As long as it served a purpose, he would not hesitate to consume it. Of course, he had his limits, but that was irrelevant to his current situation. He took a bite of the roasted tiger whip, chewed a few times and swallowed. This is quite good, he remarked, appreciating its chewy texture, though he noted the flavor was somewhat bland. After sampling a piece, Yang Pan stored the remainder in his storage space. Recognizing that it was not the time for feasting with all preparations made, he could only await the outcome of his endeavors based on his actions tomorrow. As the hour grew late, Yang Pan conducted one final inspection of the trap before settling down for the night. Anticipating a fierce battle the following day, he opted not to sleep in the trees like a monkey. Instead, he added some firewood to the flames and lay down beside the fire. Even in repose, Yang Pan kept a firm grip on his makeshift wooden spear, as possessing a weapon in the wild granted him a sense of security. Day 6 in the trial space, the break of dawn. Yang Pan was already seated beside the fire, consuming the previously roasted tiger whip. Although daylight had arrived, he chose not to extinguish the fire, instead adding more wood to keep it burning. Once he finished his meal, Yang Pan wiped his hands on his soiled pants, then rose, ready to seek out the great wild boar king, guided by the location of the spatial intruder. As Yang Pan's command was issued, the familiar translucent arrow reappeared before his eyes, still marked with the distance. Observing the emergence of the directional indicator, Yang Pan wasted no time. Grasping his short wooden spear, he advanced in the direction indicated by the arrow. After a period of searching, Yang Pan found himself face to face with the formidable wild boar king. Merely 100 meters away, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. The creature's size was indeed astonishing. Though this was not his first encounter, it still left him in awe, yet the thought of hunting this powerful beast ignited a flicker of eagerness and excitement within him. Yang Pan was not situated by the lake, where he had previously encountered the wild boar king, but he was only a few hundred meters away, a distance not too daunting. Drawing a deep breath, Yang Pan picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and emerged from behind the sheltering tree. Making his way toward the wild boar king, he halted approximately 30 meters from etched that moment. The wild boar king had already noticed Yang Pan, its massive head turning towards him. Seizing the moment, Yang Pan let out a thunderous shout and hurled the stone at the wild boar king, without waiting to see if it struck. He spun around and sprinted toward the forest, his movements swift and unhesitating. The stone found its mark, striking the wild boar king squarely on its head. The creature, momentarily stunned, was taken aback by the sudden attack and witnessed the small figure that had dared to assail it fleeing in terror. Incensed, the massive beast charged after Yang Pan. Chapter 12. The fiery trap. Yang Pan dashed forward, nearing the forest when he heard a commotion behind him. Without breaking his stride, he glanced back, and upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he instinctively lunged sideways as his body hit the ground. The wild boar king barreled through the spot where he had just stood that a cold sweat broke out on Yang Pan's brow. The beast's speed was unexpectedly formidable. With no time to spare, Yang Pan could not remain prone. He pushed himself up and continued his flight toward the forest, knowing that once among the trees, he would find greater safety from the beast's charge. As he ran, he skillfully adjusted his path while keeping a wary eye on the wild boar king. He began to comprehend that he might have underestimated this creature's agility. Though the wild boar king charged with remarkable speed, its initial acceleration was rather sluggish. While it struggled to change direction significantly, it could still maneuver with surprising agility. Ultimately, Yang Pan concluded that maintaining distance while running ahead of the wild boar king would likely lead to his demise. Instead, he needed to close the gap, ideally reducing their distance to within 10 meters. If he lingered too far, the wild boar king would initiate another charge. But if he got too close, the beast's massive frame and formidable tusks would surely spell disaster for him. With this realization, Yang Pan shifted course, racing alongside the wild boar king, now only 5 meters apart. As the wild boar king continually adjusted its head, Yang Pan deftly repositioned himself, guiding the creature toward the forest. Although this segment of his journey was relatively smooth, complications arose as he neared the forest's edge. When he moved behind the wild boar king, their proximity became dangerously close. This time, the wild boar king did not merely adjust its stance with caution. It swung its head back like a battering ram, its tusks nearly striking Yang Pan. Startled by the sudden motion, Yang Pan did not falter. Instead, he evaded the wild boar king's frontal assault while swiftly creating space between them. Following this close call, he adopted a more cautious approach, ensuring a safe distance while directing the beast into the forest. Once within the confines of the trees, the wild boar king's considerable size hindered its mobility, allowing Yang Pan to exhale a sigh of relief, easing his taut nerves. Having expended considerable energy enticing the wild boar king, he felt the effects of the tiger whip he had consumed earlier coursing through him, replenishing his stamina. However, there were side effects, particularly a certain organ between his legs that remained in a heightened state of activity. Compared to open ground, luring the wild boar king within the forest proved safer. as the trees obstructed its charges and slowed its pace, granting Yang Pan a chance to recuperate should he find himself too close. He could easily slip into a thicket and widen the gap. As he sprinted forward, Yang Pan occasionally glanced back at the trees collapsing behind him, gaining an understanding of the wild boar king's destructive power. After a time of navigating the forest, he noticed the trees thinning and the ground free of detritus, having been collected to set traps. Realizing he had reached the forest's edge and was nearing his traps, Yang Pan accelerated, disregarding the wild boar king's progress through the fallen trees, confident it would not lose his trail, bursting forth from the forest. Unhindered by obstacles, Yang Pan increased his pace. By the time he reached the trap, the wild boar king was just emerging from the thicket. Its eyes were ablaze, nostrils flaring with steam. It charged headlong into a tree as thick as a person's waist, toppling it effortlessly, its power rivaling that of a truck. As the wild boar king barreled toward him, Yang Pan's heart raced. He had witnessed the fate of the tree and understood that he was in no position to confront the beast directly. Were he endowed with immense strength, he might have considered a frontal challenge, but presently, he recognized that the advantage lay with him in evasion. Upon bursting from the forest, the wild boar king accelerated, reaching Yang Pan in mere seconds. But this charge would not succeed. Yang Pan stood behind the trap he had prepared, panting heavily, as the wild boar king charged straight into the pit, crashing with a resounding thud. The massive creature vanished from sight. Peering over the edge of the pit, Yang Pan saw the wild boar king sprawled at the bottom, seemingly uninjured, for he had lined the pit with various materials to cushion its fall. However, its fate once the initial shock wore off remained uncertain. A smirk crept across Yang Pan's face. Despite its formidable strength, the beast was still just an animal, lacking in intelligence. After admiring the wild boar king's unfortunate plight for a moment, Yang Pan retrieved a burning branch from the nearby fire and tossed it into the pit, igniting the dry foliage within. Initially, the flames were modest, but as time progressed, they grew, engulfing the pit in roaring fire that reached heights of 7 to 8 meters. The wild boar king, trapped below, began to wail in despair, thrashing about in panic as the flames rose, with each impact against the pit's walls. Yang Pan felt the ground tremble beneath him, a testament to the beast's raw power. Listening to the wild boar king's anguished cries and feeling the vibrations through his feet, Yang Pan felt a stirring within him and turned to flee into the forest. Moments later, he returned, dragging a sizable bundle of branches. Approaching the edge of the pit, he located the wild boar king. Still thrashing with vigor, he began tossing the branches into the pit, muttering incantations as he did so. "Pig, cook quickly, and it won't hurt anymore." Once he had exhausted his supply of branches, Yang Pan dashed back into the woods, returning with another significant bundle, resuming his ritual with a new refrain: "Pig, time is fleeting. If you're not cooked soon, it will be too late." After once again tossing aside the branches in his hand, Yang Pan was suddenly enveloped by the rich aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. After inhaling deeply a couple of times, he couldn't help but nod in approval. The scent of roasted pork was indeed quite delightful. He had slain the great wild boar king, earning himself 2,000 trade points. Although the reward was diminished due to the non-direct nature of the kill and the fact that he was in a trial world. Nonetheless, he would receive the full reward. He also received a special reward for defeating the space intruder, which would be settled upon his return to the infinite space. By now, over half an hour had passed, and the great wild boar king lay motionless at the bottom of the pit. However, as the fire had yet to extinguish completely, the area surrounding the pit remained quite hot. Yang Pan had distanced himself after throwing branches for a while and exchanging a few idle words, as the heat was simply unbearable. Now, he merely needed to wait for the fire to die down completely before claiming his spoils. Perhaps he could indulge in a few bites of fresh roasted pork as well. Chapter 13. Bountiful rewards. Noticing that the temperature was unlikely to drop anytime soon, Yang Pan decided against lingering in the vicinity. Taking up his wooden spear, he made his way toward a nearby small hillock, a place he had yet to explore thoroughly, with nothing pressing on his agenda. He figured it was a good opportunity to scout for any potential rewards. As he meandered around the hill, Yang Pan found no signs of large carnivorous creatures. Although he had just vanquished the great wild boar king, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Encountering wolves would be manageable, but facing a large predator like a tiger could prove perilous. After further exploration, he discovered some markings on a tree, claw marks and what appeared to be signs of something having rubbed against it. Judging by the size of the claw marks, their owner would likely be a formidable adversary. With this discovery, Yang Pan became increasingly cautious. If his deductions were correct, he was likely dealing with a large carnivorous animal, and it was quite probable that it was a bear, a creature known for leaving such marks and exhibiting a habit of rubbing against trees. Pondering the potential threats, Yang Pan felt a headache coming on. Bears could be even more troublesome than tigers. While they might not compare to the great wild boar king, he was currently armed with only a wooden spear, which would struggle to penetrate bear hide. If he possessed a more suitable weapon, he might consider testing his luck, but for now it was best to refrain. Having assessed his situation, Yang Pan decided against further searching. Even if he stumbled upon something, he might not be able to contend with it. Better to return and see what valuable items the great wild boar king had left behind. Confirming his direction, he set off, and upon reaching the site of his trap, he discovered that the fire in the pit had extinguished. Although the temperature remained elevated, it was now bearable. After surveying the scene, Yang Pan ventured into the forest to find a sufficiently thick and long vine to use as a rope for descending into the pit. Soon, he returned with a suitable vine and secured one end to a large rock to ensure it would not break or slip. He then climbed down the vine into the pit. Upon reaching the bottom, his feet hit the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and sparks. Having previously damaged his shoes while dealing with the tiger, he felt the heat of the sparks on his feet. Covering his mouth and nose with his clothing, Yang Pan approached the corpse of the great wild boar king. There, a small box glowing with a soft light lay quietly. He reached down to collect the loot box. As for the great wild boar king's body, its massive size prevented it from being stored in his inventory, and lacking the tools for dismemberment, he decided to leave it for now. After securing the loot box, Yang Pan swiftly climbed back up the vine, as the heat below was still quite uncomfortable, and the dust made it hard to breathe. Perching himself on a nearby rock, Yang Pan placed the loot box from the great wild boar king before him and began to inspect it closely. Unlike previous boxes, this one was no mere wooden chest. It was enveloped in a thick layer of fur, exuding an air of elegance, with a vividly crafted image of the great wild boar king atop it. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he chose to open the box. To his surprise, it began to expand, ultimately reaching the size of a suitcase, significantly larger than the previous 2 loot boxes he had opened. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand inside, feeling around until he retrieved an item. The moment it left the box, its weight was evident, causing his hand to dip slightly. He had to use both hands to extract it fully. Upon inspection, he found it to be a tusk of the great wild boar king, approximately 1.5 meters in length. Great wild boar king's tusk quality. Blue material. Description: the massive tusk of the great wild boar king, often used for digging and combat, is shorter than its counterpart due to its frequent use, yet it surpasses in hardness and resilience. Yang Pan examined the impressive tusk, shaking his head slightly. While it was a remarkable item of high quality, it was not the weapon he sought. Setting the great wild boar king's tusk aside, he continued to delve into the loot box. Determined to uncover all its contents, he reached in again and pulled out several items. A book, an irregularly shaped multifaceted crystal, and, most notably, a large weapon measuring an impressive 1.8 meters in length. Hunter's notes, fragmented, quality. None special item description. A collection of experiences penned by an old hunter. Though incomplete, it retains much valuable information. Soul of the great wild boar king quality. Blue material. Soul description: the volatile soul of the great wild boar king, imbued with the strength it possessed in life. Extremely valuable with numerous applications. Great bone, world specialty weapon, quality. White weapon type. Long sword special effect. Advancement. After collecting the required materials, the weapon can be upgraded. The upgrade path is locked and cannot be altered. Materials required for this upgrade include various skins, bones, claws of specified creatures, and several metallic ores. The quantity needed for upgrading must be determined based on the quality of the materials. Note: weapon advancement requires a certain amount of time. The weapon cannot be used during this period, and attempting to do so will result in damage. Description: a weapon crafted from the bones of beasts, suitable for novice hunters or as a practice tool. Yang Pan briefly perused the hunter's notes and the soul of the great wild boar king before storing them in his inventory. Both items held significant value, and he recognized that a thorough examination would require time. So he opted to set them aside for later. As for the great wild boar king's tusk, its attributes were simple. It was merely a raw material awaiting processing, currently of no use to him. However, its considerable length of 1.5 meters meant it could not fit in his inventory, so he left it aside for the time being. Finally, Yang Pan picked up the weapon that had initially caught his interest. True to its name, Great Bone, this weapon appeared to be a massive sword fashioned from a single piece of bone, measuring 1.8 meters in length. Taller than him, the blade itself was about 0.8 meters long, with the handle stretching around 1 meter. The weapon felt substantial in his hands, yet his strength allowed him to wield it. Though its quality was somewhat lower, the special attribute of advancement significantly enhanced its value. This unique attribute was likely bestowed by its classification as a world specialty weapon. Yang Pan gazed at this rather unique attribute, pondering to himself that the world-renowned weapon must be a reward for vanquishing space invaders. Grasping the katana Dagu, he swung the weapon directly at a nearby boulder. A resounding crash echoed as Yang Pan felt a tingling numbness in his hands, while the stone shattered, revealing a deep gash across its surface. Once the sensation in his hands began to return, Yang Pan lifted his weapon to inspect it, and he noticed that the bone blade itself exhibited minimal damage, merely bearing some scratches, prompting him to silently commend the quality of his weapon. Chapter 14. Mastery of Weapons. Katana holding the hilt of Dagu, Yang Pan felt a deep sense of satisfaction with this weapon. Despite its mere white-quality classification, its durability was undoubtedly exceptional, and the materials required for its advancement appeared to be relatively easy to procure. Having previously tested, he discovered that the only two materials in his possession, Tiger Skull and Boar King's Fang, could not be utilized for the weapon's advancement. However, since the materials needed for progression were merely ordinary white-quality items, he surmised they should not be difficult to find. With no immediate prospects for the advancement materials, Yang Pan dismissed these thoughts. Recognizing that he did not require an upgrade to his weapon just yet, Dagu was sufficient for his current needs. Setting the weapon aside, he retrieved the hunter's notes fragment from his storage space and began to peruse its contents. After some time, he grasped the essence of the notes, which could be divided into 3 main sections: weapon usage, item crafting, and monster information. The monster information section included details about the boar king he had incinerated, alongside numerous other formidable creatures. This information was far more comprehensive than what could be gleaned through investigation, suggesting that it had been meticulously recorded by a hunter who had engaged in combat with these beasts. However, the value of this information was limited, as the likelihood of encountering such monsters was currently low for Yang Pan. Furthermore, due to the fragmentary nature of the notes, much of the monster data was incomplete, rendering its practical application uncertain for the foreseeable future. In contrast, the item crafting section held greater promise. The materials required for crafting could often be substituted with items of similar properties, which meant that it should be possible to create comparable goods. Yet, this segment was also incomplete, and many items were unique to this world, indicating that the range of craftable items would be significantly restricted. Determining what could be manufactured would necessitate further examination. As for the weapon usage section, it was arguably the most pertinent to Yang Pan at this juncture. After all, prior to his arrival in the infinite space, he was merely an ordinary individual, with little combat experience beyond street fights during peacetime. If he attempted to rely on street brawling skills in the infinite space, it would not be long before his lifeless body lay cold. The Boar King, in particular, was far beyond the capability of an average person to contend with. The weapon usage section primarily detailed techniques and skills associated with weapon handling. However, due to its fragmented state, while it covered a wide array of weapon types, very few entries were complete. The section on katana was one of the few that remained largely intact, which was fortunate since Dagu was classified as a katana within the realm of monster hunters. Thus, the techniques and skills recorded in the hunter's notes regarding katana usage arrived at a most opportune time. Indeed, it felt almost orchestrated. How fortuitous that he had just acquired a weapon that came with a complimentary guide for its use. Yang Pan found it hard to believe this was mere coincidence, yet he was certainly not inclined to reject such advantageous arrangements. Flipping to the katana usage section of the hunter's notes, Yang Pan began to scrutinize the material closely. Initially, the notes presented simple information regarding the proper grip and considerations when wielding a katana, followed by a section on weapon techniques. However, after reviewing this portion, Yang Pan felt a tinge of disappointment. The techniques outlined were basic and rudimentary, lacking the powerful and extravagant skills he had hoped for. But perhaps this was for the best, as it spared him the worry of grappling with overly complex concepts. He reflected that what he truly lacked was a solid foundation. Yang Pan understood the importance of a strong foundation for future development. After all, a house built upon an unstable foundation would render its elaborate structure utterly meaningless. After studying the notes for a while and committing most of the techniques he could learn and apply to memory, he resolved to practice and test their effectiveness in combat grasping Dagu. He hoisted the blade onto his shoulder and made his way toward the forest. Upon arrival, he approached a large tree, recalling the grip and techniques detailed in the notes, and began to practice his strikes against the tree first. Yang Pan's movements were stiff and awkward due to his unfamiliarity with the weapon and the various techniques, resulting in a chaotic flailing of the blade. However, as he gradually acclimated to the weight and structure of Dagu, his strikes began to flow more smoothly. Although his technique remained somewhat clumsy, there was a noticeable improvement. He was no longer merely hacking indiscriminately. After practicing for over an hour, Yang Pan's movements slowed, his body drenched in sweat. The weight of the weapon was considerable, and maintaining this level of exertion for so long was no small feat. Even with his superior physical condition, the prolonged effort was approaching his limits, gritting his teeth. He delivered one final strike against the tree before ceasing his motions and sinking down onto the ground. He needed a moment to rest. Through his review of the hunter's notes and his own practice, his proficiency with the katana reached the beginner level. The novice Executor 97762 unlocked the foundational function of weapon mastery. Due to the initiation of this function within the trial world, a special reward was granted. His weapon mastery, katana, beginner, advanced to weapon mastery, katana, intermediate. What purpose does this weapon mastery, katana serve? Yang Pan inquired of the infinite mark, feeling somewhat perplexed. As soon as he finished speaking, the familiar translucent screen materialized before him, displaying a new piece of information. Weapon mastery, katana, intermediate, effect, enhances the skills associated with katana usage. Description: a katana user who has transitioned from novice to possessing modest achievements. Seated beneath the tree, Yang Pan gazed at the information that had appeared, momentarily at a loss. Was that all there was to it? It felt almost indistinguishable from his previous state. After resting for a while beneath the tree, as dusk approached, Yang Pan picked up his weapon, preparing to return to the campfire. However, this time, the weapon felt distinctly different in his grasp. Though it was still Dagu, it seemed to flow more effortlessly in his hands than before. Could this be the effect of weapon mastery katana, intermediate? A question arose in Yang Pan's mind. Setting aside these thoughts for the moment, he attempted to swing the blade using the method he had practiced earlier, and the difference was even more pronounced. He realized that his prior swinging technique had been exceedingly awkward. After a few discomforting attempts, Yang Pan decisively abandoned his former method, opting instead to follow his instincts. Raising the blade once more, he began to swing it again. This time, he sensed a distinct improvement. Compared to before, his movements felt far more fluid and comfortable, even requiring less stamina than prior efforts. After practicing in accordance with his instincts for a while, Yang Pan decided to stop, as night had fallen, making it less than ideal to continue practicing. Moreover, he felt hunger gnawing at him. It was time to eat. He recalled that the Boar King had likely been roasted to a point of being half-cooked, so he thought it prudent to check if he could cut a piece of pork to sample. Shouldering Dagu, Yang Pan returned to the pit beside the Boar King's carcass. Technically, he could have submitted his mission upon slaying the Boar King and then explored the mysterious infinite space. However, after acquiring Dagu and the hunter's notes, he had dismissed the notion of completing the task immediately. Now, it was the 6th evening since arriving in the trial world, with an entire day still ahead of him. It would be a pity to squander such time. Since he had the opportunity, why not make the most of it? At this moment, Yang Pan found himself consumed by a myriad of thoughts. Armed with a weapon, he felt a surge of confidence. Should he encounter a tiger again, he believed he could confront it head-on. If he could slay another beast of such caliber, perhaps there would be further rewards. And even in the absence of a loot chest, honing his skills with the katana would be a fruitful endeavor. Chapter 15. Advancing combat power. Having formulated his plans, Yang Pan descended once more along the vines to the pit's bottom, making his way towards the carcass of the great wild boar king. Since he intended to linger another day, he ought to procure some sustenance. As he gazed upon the massive form of the boar king, he pondered intently about which part to consume. There was no shortage of meat, most of it already partially cooked, and if he were to cut into it, steam would likely rise from within. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Pan approached the hind leg of the boar, which was thicker than his waist. Indeed, the shank was the way to go. Raising his katana, Dagu, and employing the techniques he had just practiced, he struck down upon the boar's hind leg, cleaving off a thick slice of meat, the cut still glistening with blood and emitting warmth. Viewing the substantial piece of boar meat before him, Yang Pan felt a profound sense of satisfaction, though a tinge of regret lingered. If only he had some seasoning, he mused. After propping the meat over the fire, he began to contemplate his plans for the following day, which included a venture to the nearby hill where he had previously discovered signs of a bear. In terms of combat prowess, that bear was likely even stronger than the tiger, and if he could locate and slay it, there was a considerable chance it would drop a loot chest. The half-cooked boar meat, after a brief roasting over the fire, was now fully cooked. The aroma of the grilled pork wafted through the air, and without hesitation, Yang Pan tore off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. It was slightly tough but quite flavorful. Before long, he found himself satiated, with a large portion of meat still remaining on the fire. Yet he could eat no more. Having consumed a hefty 3 pounds of pork, he deemed it prudent to stretch his legs and prepare for the next day. Yang Pan stored the remaining roasted meat in his spatial storage and took up Dagu to practice the katana techniques recorded in the hunter's notes. The techniques outlined in the notes were few and relatively simple, relying on special movements and force application, promising enhanced power and agility, and they were not particularly difficult to master. Thus, on the night of the 6th day in the trial world, Yang Pan diligently practiced. Trial space, day 7, final day. As noon approached, Yang Pan found himself at the hillock where he had previously detected the bear's tracks. However, his circumstances were less than ideal. For the bear he sought stood not far before him, its posture indicating that it was not inclined to engage in friendly discourse. It most likely regarded Yang Pan as a potential meal. Naturally, Yang Pan yearned to dispatch the bear, having arrived early that morning in search of it, only to find nothing but disappointment throughout the morning. With the clock striking noon, he settled beneath a grand tree and retrieved the fragrant boar meat from his spatial storage. Preparing for a delightful picnic, just then, the very target he had been pursuing all morning emerged, interrupting his pleasant repast. Had it merely been an encounter, Yang Pan could have accepted the situation, but the bear's intent was evidently to make him its lunch, a notion he could not abide. This culmination of events led to the current standoff, yet it was clear that this impasse would soon be shattered. The ravenous brown bear, exhibiting little patience, would not hesitate to strike, and Yang Pan had no intention of prolonging the encounter. With a roar, the brown bear signaled the commencement of battle. Following its bellow, the bear lunged forward with powerful strides towards Yang Pan in response to the aggressive advance. Yang Pan gripped his sword tightly, lowering the tip towards the ground while maintaining a fixed gaze on the approaching beast. As the bear charged, he raised the blade horizontally, its tip aimed directly at the oncoming foe. The bear's momentum did not falter. It surged towards Yang Pan with increased ferocity, closing the distance in an instant. Yang Pan swung Dagu, the blade tracing a swift arc from left to right as he executed the side slash technique recorded in the hunter's notes. Simultaneously leaping to the side, creating space between himself and the bear, the edge of Dagu found its mark, slicing into the bear's right shoulder, while Yang Pan evaded the bear's pounce, however, as this was his first application of the slash. His execution was somewhat clumsy. Upon landing, his footing faltered, causing him to stumble forward before regaining balance. Once steadied, Yang Pan pivoted to face the bear, which, having lost its target due to the impact, collapsed to the ground, the wound on its shoulder evident. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Pan charged forward, dragging his sword behind him. The bear, now prone, began to rise, turning its head towards Yang Pan. Knowing retreat was not an option, Yang Pan steeled himself, gripping the sword with both hands, stepping forward with his left foot, and channeling his strength into a decisive step slash aimed once more at the bear's shoulder, fortuitously striking the same wound caused by his previous attack. This blow was immensely effective. The goo embedded itself into the bear's shoulder bone, eliciting a pained howl from the creature. Realizing the blade was lodged, Yang Pan delivered a swift kick to the bear's chest, yanking the sword free with a sickening sound of grinding bone, blood erupting forth as the bear cried out in agony. The severity of the assault rendered the bear incapable of retaliation, and it limped backward, whimpering in distress. Observing the bear's retreat, Yang Pan pressed forward, intent on pursuing, but the bear, sensing Yang Pan's resolve, abandoned its retreat and charged anew. However, its injured forepaw hindered its mobility, rendering its movements sluggish and awkward. After several exchanges, the bear bore additional wounds, while Yang Pan, due to a momentary lapse, received a harsh blow to his chest, leaving deep claw marks. The two combatants faced off once again. Yang Pan's chest bled profusely, presenting a ghastly sight. Though the wound was not severe enough to impede him, in contrast, the bear's injury was grave. Its right shoulder gushing blood, its condition deteriorating rapidly. Yang Pan could feel the bear's strength and speed diminishing with each encounter. Witnessing the bear's growing weakness, Yang Pan prepared to deliver a swift end. Yet, as he advanced, the bear stood upright, letting loose a fearsome roar, ready to attack. However, the loss of blood had rendered its movements slow and cumbersome. Allowing Yang Pan to seize the moment as the bear bellowed, Yang Pan raised his sword, aiming the tip at the bear's chest, executing another technique from the hunter's notes, the thrust. Before the bear could react, the blade pierced deep into its heart. With a thud, the bear collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from its wounds, quickly soaking the earth beneath it. Beast slain. Brown bear, awarded 60 trading points as the notification appeared. Yang Pan breathed a sigh of relief. The brown bear was no less formidable than the tiger he had previously faced, and although the battle appeared straightforward, he had remained vigilant throughout, sustaining a blow to his chest that underscored the peril of the encounter. Nevertheless, his ability to vanquish the bear demonstrated his growth during his time in the trial world, aided significantly by his weapon, Dagu, and the techniques outlined in the hunter's notes. Approaching the bear's carcass, Yang Pan retrieved the loot chest that had materialized upon its defeat. It was another wooden box, humble compared to the ornate chest dropped by the wild boar king. Yet Yang Pan felt a sense of fulfillment given their respective strengths. Without delay, he opted to open the loot chest, reaching inside the box, which was roughly the size of a small suitcase. Warm bear gall, quality, green, consumable, effect, grants a permanent increase of 1 to strength attribute, effective for strength below 15 points. Slight enhancement of vision. Description: fresh bear gall still radiating warmth, consuming it while hot yields remarkable effects. Item validity: 2 hours and 30 minutes. Once the time expires, the item becomes ineffective. Note: this item is a specialty of the trial space and can be taken out of the trial world. User restriction: 97762. Ineffective for others. The fur of the brown bear, quality, white, material, introduction. A complete pelt obtained from an adult brown bear, renowned for its excellent quality and commendable warmth. Chapter 16. Task rewards after extracting 2 items. The entire chest vanished. Yang Pan gazed at the items before him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The moment he spotted the warm bear gallbladder, he knew this venture was not in vain, although the quantity of spoils was modest. Possessing an item that could enhance his attributes made it worthwhile. holding the warm bare gallbladder in his hand. A thought crossed Yang Pan's mind. This was yet another instance of tiger blood and bear gallbladder. The products of the trial world were indeed rather wild, and he shook his head and then, without hesitation, swallowed the gallbladder whole as it settled in his abdomen. A surge of warmth rose, radiating throughout his body. Though it dissipated shortly thereafter, clenching his fists to gauge his newfound strength. A subtle smile crept onto Yang Pan's lips that he reached for the great bone placed nearby and swung it casually. What once felt heavy now seemed remarkably manageable. After stowing away the brown bear fur and casting a final glance at the bear's carcass, Yang Pan murmured, "It's about time. I should return to the infinite space." A novice executor, number 97762, completed the trial task and returned to the infinite space. As soon as Yang Pan's words fell, his entire being was enveloped in light and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, the lush woods had been replaced by a vast, empty room, devoid of windows or furniture. With stone walls surrounding him, the ceiling emanated a gentle glow, and though the room spanned over 100 square meters, it felt somewhat desolate. You have returned to the infinite space. Current location: Executor No. 97,762's exclusive room. Other executors cannot enter your exclusive room without your consent. The internal decor of your exclusive room can be altered. The first change is free. Subsequent changes will incur a fee in trading points. Novice Executor number 97762 has completed the trial task, earning the identity of Executor Junior. Space privileges have been enhanced, and storage space has expanded to 5 cubic meters. While in the infinite space, you can rapidly recover from injuries by spending trading points. Utilize the basic infrastructure of the infinite space, and inquire about information by paying points. Other functionalities of the infinite space await your exploration. Executor number 97762 has completed the trial task. Task difficulty: difficult. Space rewards have been granted and deposited into the executor's personal storage space. Please check. Executor number 97762 has slain the space intruder during the trial task, earning a special space reward. Due to being in the trial space, the reward has been enhanced and deposited into the storage space. Please check. Before Yang Pan could thoroughly examine the room, notifications from the space began to flood in. He paused his exploration and began reviewing each message. Once he finished reading the information, Yang Pan inquired of the infinite mark, "How can I alter the decor in this room?" You may select from styles provided by the space or design your own. As this information appeared, a semi-transparent screen manifested before Yang Pan. He perused the various images of room styles displayed and felt a wave of confusion. He was not particularly adept at such matters. Deciding to choose something visually appealing, he selected the room that pleased him most. The room Yang Pan chose retained a stone structure. Honestly, it was not particularly attractive, but its size was its only virtue. Upon making his selection, the empty room began to transform, expanding several times over, with an array of household items materializing. Outside, a yard emerged, complete with a small pond and a pavilion at its center, and even a basement beneath. Surveying his exclusive room, Yang Pan nodded in satisfaction before plopping down into a chair. He opened his storage space and confirmed that it had indeed grown considerably, making it much more convenient to carry items. Yang Pan rummaged through his storage space and extracted 2 fist-sized boxes, resembling the loot chests he had encountered, yet appearing more exquisite. One box bore a symbol, while the other depicted a forest. After inspecting them, Yang Pan confirmed that the box adorned with the symbol was the reward for defeating the space intruder, embellished with dark red translucent crystals that gave it a distinct character. The box depicting the forest contained the reward for the difficult trial task, appearing rather plain in comparison. Holding both boxes, Yang Pan decided to open the reward for completing the trial task first, believing the other loot chest likely held greater value, as he preferred to save the best for last. As the box gradually enlarged before him, an unexpected wave of nervousness washed over Yang Pan. Once the lid was lifted, he composed himself and reached inside, retrieving 4 items. Upon extracting the 4th item, the chest vanished with the loot chest gone. Yang Pan shifted his focus to the 4 items now resting on the table. A small vial containing 7 colorful candies the size of fingertips, a cup-sized peculiar machine resembling a mini refrigerator, a piece of parchment bound with twine, and a gray stone marked with a fist. 7 colored chocolate beans. Quality: green, consumable, effect: provides energy to the body upon use, preventing hunger for 24 hours. Each use consumes 1 bean. Excessive use may lead to diarrhea or weight gain. After consuming all 7 beans, 1 attribute of the body will increase by 1 point. Current quantity: 7. Description: rich in magical energy. These chocolate beans are sweet and delightful, particularly favored by children. Gem replicator. Quality: white. Executor's personal space facility. Effect: replicate. Place a gem inside, and after a certain period, it will produce an identical gem. Using trading points can expedite the replication process. Note: the quality of the replicated gem defaults to white and can only replicate the original's material and structure, lacking any contained energy or special effects. This item cannot be taken into the trial space and is exclusively for use within the personal room. Random weapon manufacturing scroll. Quality: white. Consumable. Effect: upon defeating an enemy, guarantees the appearance of a white quality weapon. Weapon type is random. Skill stone. Iron fist. Quality: purple. Skill item. Effect: grants the passive skill. Iron fist upon use. Description: a stone imbued with mysterious power, bestowing special abilities upon the user. After reviewing the attributes of these items, Yang Pan felt quite pleased. Not only did he possess the skill stone, Iron Fist, a purple quality skill scroll, but also the 7 colored chocolate beans and random weapon manufacturing scroll, which appeared quirky yet practical. As for the gem replicator, its utility remained unclear for the moment. Picking up the model-like gem replicator, Yang Pan silently willed it to activate. The model in his hand suddenly vanished, replaced by a peculiar machine the size of a refrigerator in the corner of the room, which not only resembled a refrigerator in size but also in appearance, complete with doors on both top and bottom. Could this truly be a refrigerator? Yang Pan mused, though he currently lacked any gems to test the machine's functionality. Setting aside the temporarily useless refrigerator, Yang Pan tossed a 7-colored chocolate bean into his mouth, storing the other items away, leaving only the skill stone. Iron Fist to toy with in his hand. Chapter 17. The rewards of space. After playing with the skill stone for a while, Yang Pan prepared to use it but encountered a new dilemma. How on earth do I use this thing? He pondered, scratching his head in confusion. After all, the skill stone was not like the chocolate beans, which could simply be consumed. This item clearly was not meant for eating. After some contemplation, Yang Pan attempted to connect with the skill stone using his mind, and to his surprise, it seemed to undergo a change. He brought it closer to his eyes to inspect the transformation, only to inadvertently crush the skill stone with a sudden grip. How fragile! Surely I haven't broken it. He fretted. Yang Pan was momentarily taken aback. However, before he could react, the shards of the skill stone transformed into a streak of iron-gray light that enveloped his palms. Soon after, Yang Pan felt an excruciating pain radiating from his hands. As the agonizing sensation coursed through his palms, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, the feeling akin to having the skin peeled off his hands and then submerged in a basin of salt water. An exquisite torment. Yet, despite the suffering, he found himself powerless to alleviate it, resorting only to clenching his fists tightly and enduring the onslaught. Ugh! Why does it hurt so much? Yang Pan muttered under his breath. The pain in his hands caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, and his muscles trembled involuntarily. He thought that perhaps fainting would offer him some respite as time passed. Yang Pan felt a modicum of relief. Not that the pain had subsided, but rather his hands had grown numb, dulling the intensity of his suffering. After approximately 10 minutes, he sensed the sensation in his hands gradually returning, the pain dissipating, allowing him to finally release his tightly clenched fists. Taking a deep breath, Yang Pan collapsed onto the floor, drenched in sweat, feeling more exhausted than after a half-hour sprint at full speed. He wiped the sweat from his brow and began inspecting his hands, hoping that the ordeal had yielded at least some results. Clenching his palms and testing the skin, Yang Pan arrived at a conclusion after a series of experiments. The bones in his hands had indeed solidified considerably, while the strength and resilience of the skin and muscles had significantly improved. To put it plainly, his hands had become sturdier, capable of delivering more painful blows. Curiously observing his palms, Yang Pan marveled at the wonders of the infinite space. With a thought, he effortlessly retrieved the big bone from his storage space. Having officially become a novice executor, his storage space had expanded, allowing him to store the big bone. Upon extracting the big bone, Yang Pan executed a rather perilous maneuver, reaching out to grasp the blade's edge. Applying a bit of pressure, he realized that the skin of his palm remained unscathed, prompting him to gradually increase the force. When he finally exerted a normal amount of strength, the blade cut into his palm, causing blood to flow outward. Though wounded, Yang Pan did not feel anger. Instead, he nodded in satisfaction. While the big bone may not have been razor-sharp, it was certainly far superior to an ordinary kitchen knife. If an average person dared to grasp the blade, they would likely incur severe injuries. Thus, it seemed that the effect of the iron fist was indeed commendable. Releasing his grip on the blade, Yang Pan formed a fist with his right hand and struck the big bone's blade, producing a sharp sound as the blade trembled. Yet his knuckles only bore a slight reddening without any signs of injury. After testing the effectiveness of the iron fist, Yang Pan allowed the infinite space to heal his wound, expending 5 transaction points, leaving him with 3,105 points remaining. After reviewing the rewards for his trial task, Yang Pan shifted his focus to the rewards offered by the infinite space for defeating the intruder. In comparison, he was far more eager for the spoils of this treasure chest at first glance. The treasure chest appeared extraordinary, suggesting it held considerable value after all. He had noted the high regard the infinite space held for space intruders during the trial world. Now that he had successfully vanquished one, the infinite space would surely be generous, especially since the rewards had likely appreciated due to the nature of the trial world. With anticipation, Yang Pan opened the reward chest. The moment the chest creaked open, a flash of golden light dazzled before him, leaving him astonished, for he had not encountered such an occurrence with previous treasure chests. Were a seasoned executor to witness this, they would likely inform him that fortune was on his side. Such an occurrence indicated that the treasure chest must contain high-value items. Even if the same enemy dropped multiple treasure chests, a flash of light would elevate the value of the items within. Curiously, Yang Pan extended his hand into the treasure chest. Although he did not fully understand the significance of the golden flash, he reasoned that it could not bode ill, and he was eager to discover what items the intruder's chest might yield. Ultimately, he retrieved only 3 items from the chest, which surprised Yang Pan. However, upon examining the attributes of these items more closely, he comprehended why this seemingly lavish chest contained a mere 3 items. Hunter's Basic Material Extraction Guide. Quality: white. Skill consumable. Effect: grants the special skill material extraction upon use. Skill name: Material Extraction Special Skill. Effect: extracts materials from deceased hostile units. Extracted materials will be recognized by the space and can be brought back to the infinite space. Extracting materials will consume a certain amount of mental energy. Description: extracting materials from monsters is a fundamental skill every hunter must master. Even novices are no exception. If one cannot extract materials, how can they be called a hunter? Recruitment contract. Quality: blue. Consumable. Effect: allows the user to recruit creatures from the task world. Recruited creatures can accompany the space executor into the task world to carry out spatial missions. If a recruited creature resists, the contract will be voided. Note: the recruitment contract cannot be used to recruit humanoid creatures or those with a significant power disparity. Choose targets wisely. Unknown Beast's Heart. Quality: gold. Bloodline effect: grants the user the powerful bloodline of the unknown beast upon UADS. The original owner of this heart is still in a juvenile state. The acquired bloodline will be more compatible with the host and possesses high malleability. Consequently, the host will also be more susceptible to the instincts of the bloodline. Description: this is a heart that has left its original owner, granting its new master immense power, provided they can control it. Note: due to the original owner's racial characteristics, the bloodline instinct is highly wild. Ensure you can control it before use. Among these 3 items, the most captivating is undoubtedly the golden quality bloodline artifact. The quality speaks for itself. However, a moment's contemplation reveals that the effects of the other 2 items are equally beneficial. Material extraction can continuously generate value, while a well-utilized recruitment contract can help one find a powerful and reliable ally. Moreover, the heart could grant Yongpan a formidable lineage, all of which are exceedingly useful. Yet one must consider matters from both perspectives. Firstly, the skill material extraction is not something one can master in a short period. Extracting materials from beast carcasses requires considerable expertise. As for the recruitment contract, Yongpan feels he may not have many opportunities to employ it, as he lacks confidence in his interpersonal skills. Regarding the unknown beast's heart, the flickering dark red lightning suggests that its former owner was no benign entity, and the influence of the bloodline instincts raises uncertainties about potential repercussions. Taking a deep breath, Yongpan resolved to utilize these items. Although various issues may arise, these artifacts could indeed enhance his chances of survival, enabling him to navigate the boundless space more effectively. He picked up the book-like Hunter's Basics, Material Extraction Guide, and chose to use it. The book transformed into a stream of light and seamlessly integrated into Yongpan's being, observing material extraction appear in his attribute list. He nodded. This marked his first active skill, alongside the passive skill Iron Fist. After acquiring the skill, Yongpan stored the recruitment contract, which he would not need for the time being, and then grasped the still-beating heart of the unknown beast. Despite the heart belonging to a juvenile, it was still the size of a human head, intermittently crackling with dark red lightning that it was unfathomable to consider how powerful its owner might have been had they reached their peak. Chapter 18. The Heart of the Terror Raptor Holding the Unknown Beast's Heart. Yongpan felt a twinge of apprehension despite his determination. The attributes of this bloodline artifact indicated that the host would be influenced by bloodline instincts, leaving him uncertain about the extent of that influence in the end. He steeled himself and chose to use the heart of this mysterious creature, recognizing that it could bestow upon him a potent lineage. Yongpan was no ignorant savage. He had consumed ample novels, films, and anime, and understood the significance of a powerful bloodline. He was willing to accept some negative effects as long as it conferred immense strength. Once Yongpan made his decision, the massive heart slipped from his grasp, gravitating toward his chest, and then it seamlessly vanished within him as though it had never existed, staring wide-eyed at the spectacle. He had anticipated some peculiar outcome from using the item, but he had not foreseen this particular scenario, however. The pain emanating from his heart interrupted his thoughts, leaving him no room to ponder further. As he experienced the excruciating agony radiating from his heart, Yongpan's expression contorted, and his complexion grew ghastly. The torment was far more severe than when he had activated the skill stone, Iron Fist. With each passing second, the wrenching pain intensified, and although only 5 minutes had elapsed since the heart had entered his chest, Yongpan gazed at his dwindling 105 trading points, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had expended a considerable amount of points, acquiring such a formidable lineage seemed exceedingly worthwhile. Moreover, it appeared that he had stumbled upon an unexpected boon. Otherwise, his trading points might scarcely suffice for the restoration of his body. As he surveyed himself, he noticed that his once perfectly fitting attire now felt somewhat constricting, and his height, originally 1.75 meters, had surged to 1.80 meters. After taking a brief moment to assess his current physical state, Yongpan nodded in satisfaction, reflecting, indeed, it is the heart of the Tyrant King, a creature of immense power. In truth, Yongpan had already discerned the identity of that heart's former owner. He had encountered the renowned Monster Hunter game on numerous occasions, and it was no surprise that he recognized the infamous gluttonous tyrant, the fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex. His suspicions had begun when he first came into contact with the heart, considering that the Great Boar King was indeed a creature from the Monster Hunter realm. Since it was a reward for defeating an intruder, it was hardly surprising that it bore a connection to that universe. Having confirmed the heart's provenance, the dark red lightning that enveloped it must surely be dragon attribute energy. In the world of Monster Hunter, Those capable of wielding dragon attribute energy were not easily trifled with, and the Tyrant King was notably renowned among them. The dreamlike visions he had experienced during the fusion of the lineage further validated Yang Pan's conjecture. Despite his satisfaction with the formidable power granted by the Tyrant King lineage, Yang Pan had been feeling increasingly irritable since awakening, compounded by a gnawing hunger that grew more pronounced. These sensations, interplaying with one another, transformed his previously joyful demeanor into one of agitation. Space, how shall I address my dietary needs? Yang Pan inquired, his tone tinged with vexation. The executor may purchase from the basic resource list within the exclusive space, or dine at the establishments set up by other executors in the infinite space, came the response. Open the basic resource list for direct purchase, Yang Pan hastily commanded, feeling his hunger intensify to the point of near loss of control, akin to the activation of his innate talent, wildness. No sooner had he spoken than a semi-transparent screen materialized before him, displaying an array of food items, water, and ordinary clothing, basic necessities for daily living. The prices were modest, yet devoid of any special attributes. Under the influence of his ravenous appetite, Yang Pan could not resist the sight of raw meat on the list, swallowing hard before promptly spending 5 trading points to acquire 50 pounds of raw meat. As the trading points were deducted, an impressive 50 pounds of high-quality raw meat materialized on the table before him. Upon seeing the meat, Yang Pan seemed to lose all reason, seizing a chunk and stuffing it into his mouth, entirely disregarding the fact that it was uncooked as he tore into the flesh. His eyes gleamed with a faint crimson light, reminiscent of the Tyrant King he had glimpsed in his dreams, greedy, merciless, bloodthirsty, and frenzied. Chapter 19. A powerful body in a mere moment, the entirety of the 50 pounds of raw meat vanished into Yang Pan's mouth, leaving his stomach only slightly distended, as if the meat had evaporated into thin air. After his feast, he patted his belly and let out a satisfied burp, the red hue in his eyes gradually receding and his gaze returning to clarity. The disappearance of his hunger alleviated the agitation that had threatened to overwhelm him. Logically, it seemed implausible for someone like Yang Pan to consume an entire 50 pounds of meat. However, having recently fused with the heart of the Tyrant King and acquired a new lineage, his overall physical capabilities had been significantly enhanced. The energy required to bolster his body could not simply manifest from nowhere. His body, coupled with the instincts granted by the Tyrant King lineage, demanded substantial nourishment. The reinforced digestive capacity of his stomach allowed him to consume such a copious amount of raw meat. Reflecting on his recent actions, Yang Pan sighed, realizing the truth that there is no such thing as a free lunch. To gain power, one must invariably pay a price. His previous state had been akin to losing his sanity, resembling that of a beast. Should he encounter an adversary under such circumstances, it could prove exceedingly perilous. Yet, as he reveled in the significant enhancement of his physical attributes, Yang Pan considered that, in such an event, it would not only be himself who faced danger. Those who dared to attack him would likely find themselves in even greater peril. With this thought, Yang Pan shook his head and proceeded to examine his attribute list to ascertain the specific changes. Identity number 97762. Rank Executor, Beginner. Physical attributes: Strength, 16 Agility, 8 Stamina, 20 Mental, 12 Luck. Special attribute undisclosed. Lineage, Tyrant King bloodline. Note: the lineage grants the host an increase in base physical attributes, but the abilities of the lineage must be developed and researched by the executor. Talent: Wildness, Rare, Active Skill. Material extraction effect: extract materials from slain or utterly controlled entities. Extracted materials have a chance of being recognized by the space. Upon recognition, they can be returned to the space. The extraction process consumes a portion of mental energy and is subject to certain restrictions. Passive skill: Iron Fist effect, enhancement of hand strength and resilience. Current status: healthy. After reviewing his physical attributes, Yang Pan gained a clearer understanding of his present condition. His strength and stamina had experienced a near-terrifying increase, while agility and mental attributes had seen only marginal growth, aligning perfectly with the biological traits of the Tyrant King. Yang Pan felt a surge of apprehension, as long as his mental attribute remained sufficiently high. He need not fear the instinctual impulses of the Tyrant King lineage. Conversely, should his physical strength continue to escalate while his mental attributes stagnated, he risked being consumed by the very instincts of his lineage, transforming into a frenzied, bloodthirsty humanoid Tyrant King. After contemplating the overwhelming nature of the Tyrant King lineage, Yang Pan began to explore the unique abilities conferred upon him by this lineage. After all, the fusion of a lineage was not merely about enhancing physical capabilities. The essence of the lineage lay in the special abilities it bestowed upon the host. The attribute panel indicated that the lineage abilities required personal research and development, which Yang Pan found entirely reasonable. It was unrealistic to expect a plethora of the former owner's formidable abilities to be handed over immediately after the lineage had been fortified. Even a powerful creature like the Tyrant King could not fully master the formidable dragon attribute energy from birth. Thus, Yang Pan believed that familiarizing oneself with the lineage and gradually developing the capabilities it granted was the natural course of events. For instance, he could presently sense a unique energy coursing through his body. Although he could perceive its presence, he was unable to exert precise control over it, only managing to slightly influence its flow. This extraordinary energy, while circulating within him, produced a tingling sensation that bordered on irritation. Yet it was not unbearable. Yang Pan surmised that this energy was indeed the dragon attribute energy commanded by the Tyrant King. Based on his understanding of the Monster Hunter game world, this energy was immensely powerful yet notoriously difficult to control. Overuse could even erode the user themselves, rendering it a rather domineering force, if the Tyrant King lineage was to endow him with special bloodline abilities. Then this dragon attribute energy dwelling within him was likely one of them. At present, Yang Pan could only identify the existence of this bloodline ability, with no clear direction on how to research and develop it moving forward. After reviewing his attributes, Yang Pan recognized that his strengths lay in strength and stamina, while his weaknesses were in agility and mental acuity. While a mental attribute of 12 is undoubtedly more than double that of an ordinary individual, it became a discernible shortcoming following the fusion with the Tyrant King lineage. Next, Yang Pan cast a glance at his remaining 100 trading points and the items he possessed: random weapon manufacturing scroll, colorful chocolate beans, recruitment contract, tiger skull, brown bear fur, wild boar king's tusks, hunter's notes, fragment, great boar king's soul, and large bones. He mused that the available resources felt somewhat lacking. Yang Pan sighed. Although he felt some dissatisfaction with his current possessions, for a newcomer who had just completed the trial task, he could indeed be considered a veritable millionaire. However, the items he presently owned were either non-tradable, random weapon manufacturing scroll, colorful chocolate beans, recruitment contract, hunter's notes, great bone, or of negligible worth, tiger skull, brown bear hide, or of uncertain value, soul of the great wild boar king. The only item remaining that could be directly sold and still held some value was the blue quality tusk of the great wild boar king. Given this situation, Yang Pan decided not to dwell on enhancing his own abilities. Having merged with the Tyrannosaurus bloodline, his strength had already seen a significant boost, which should suffice for the spatial tasks assigned by the infinite space. Thus, his immediate objective was to venture out and explore what this so-called infinite space truly resembled. Yang Pan made his way to the bathroom within his personal space to take a shower. Subsequently, he spent 10 trading points from the basic supplies list to purchase several sets of ordinary clothing, replacing the tattered outfit that no longer fit and emitted an unpleasant odor, before stepping out. He also took care to spend another 10 trading points to buy 100 pounds of cooked meat to store in his inventory, and popped a colorful chocolate bean into his mouth before shouldering the great sword great bone and pushing open the door to exit. Upon leaving his personal space, he was greeted not by the futuristic or fantastical world he had envisioned, but rather a well-appointed upscale residential community. The room he had just exited appeared from the outside to be a standalone villa. Curiously surveying his surroundings, Yang Pan noted that the scene before him differed significantly from his expectations. He had imagined the enigmatic infinite space to possess more character, yet the scattered buildings, along with a gazebo and pond in the distance, presented a harmonious tableau that shattered his previous fantasies. As he was assessing the environment, a notification from the infinite space reappeared before him. Executor number 97762, Junior, is currently located in the Junior Zone. Area 12. If dissatisfied with this area, you may apply for a change. The first change is free. Subsequent changes will incur a fee in trading points. The Junior Zone comprises 36 areas, which can be viewed through the infinite mark. Note, all areas are interconnected, and a central hub for spatial infrastructure is located at the intersection of all areas. Note, please refrain from initiating malicious attacks on other executors within the infinite space, as this will result in penalties from the infinite space. Yang Pan patiently perused all the information provided by the space, then located the map of the infinite space's junior area using the infinite mark, and began to examine it closely. Chapter 20. Spatial Plaza. After reviewing the entire map of the junior area, Yang Pan conceived a thought. This place was indeed vast. According to the map, the entire junior area was roughly the size of a city, likely spanning over 1,000 square kilometers. This area was evenly divided into 36 sections, each containing various functional zones, such as living areas, recreational areas, and so forth. Based on the information provided by the infinite space, there were approximately 50,000 executors currently residing within the entire space, though the numbering did not indicate ranking. The junior area boasted the highest population, exceeding 30,000 individuals. However, the space offered no details regarding the conditions in other areas. The personal rooms of executors were scattered throughout the living zones of each area, while the central intersection of these 36 areas featured the spatial plaza, at the heart of which stood the most crucial structure of the junior area, the spatial infrastructure hall. Yang Pan surmised that a substantial number of executors would likely congregate near the spatial plaza, as it provided direct access to all 36 areas and housed the core facility, making it exceedingly convenient. Having reviewed the map and established his direction, Yang Pan was ready to head towards the spatial plaza. Since arriving in the infinite space, he had yet to encounter any other executors, let alone the official core facility, the spatial infrastructure hall. Just as he stepped forward with the great bone in tow, he abruptly halted, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He reopened the map and stared at the nearly city-sized distance indicated, pondering how long it would take to traverse such a span on foot. Fortunately, it seemed that the infinite space had recognized his predicament and offered a solution. Executors could directly teleport to the spatial infrastructure hall, with each use of the teleportation function costing 20 trading points. Additionally, they could call for a region-specific transport via the infinite mark, with costs varying based on the type of transport selected. Upon reviewing the information provided, Yang Pan released a sigh of relief. However, being frugal, he opted against the rather extravagant teleportation method and chose to utilize the local transport instead, primarily due to his dwindling balance of 80 trading points. Not long after he sent out the request, the transport he summoned arrived, and the scene was quite remarkable. There was no need for a driver, as a bicycle rolled itself over to Yang Pan. Indeed, it was a bicycled TO conserve trading points. Yang Pan had directly selected the complementary transport option, resulting in this rather astonishing occurrence. Now standing before the bicycle, Yang Pan hesitated, contemplating whether riding it to the spatial plaza would seem beneath him. While he generally did not place much importance on appearances, the idea of pedaling a bicycle in what was supposed to be an exalted infinite space felt somewhat incongruous. Well, he thought, so be it. Yang Pan exhaled deeply, then mounted the complementary bicycle, a marvel of spatial engineering, and pedaled towards the spatial square, situated at the heart of the primary zone. It must be said that this bicycle, a product of infinite space, lived up to its reputation. Its quality was beyond reproach. Even with Yang Pan's current strength, he was unable to deform it, and riding it was remarkably comfortable, requiring minimal effort to achieve rapid speeds. He estimated that if this bicycle were to be evaluated, it would undoubtedly be classified as a blue-quality item. Its only apparent flaw lay in its rather lackluster appearance. While cycling, Yang Pan gauged that with his present stamina, he could pedal for several hours without feeling fatigued. To reach the spatial square, a full-speed ride of approximately 2 to 3 hours would suffice. In fact, his estimation proved somewhat conservative. After about 2 hours of cycling, he arrived at the spatial square with astonishing speed. As he neared the halfway point, He began to notice other executors, but their demeanor suggested no intent to engage in conversation, so he refrained from making the effort. As he approached the spatial square, the influx of people increased, and the surrounding buildings became more densely packed, featuring a myriad of shops. Among these were typical establishments like restaurants, clothing stores, and bars, alongside weapon and armor shops rarely seen in the real world. Yang Pan had previously inquired with the Infinite Mark about these shops, learning that they were operated by spatial executors. However, during regular business hours, they were required to pay a fee to the space, indicating an implicit approval from the authorities. The quality of goods sold in these shops did not necessarily rival those available in infinite space. The latter offered standardized items that were scarce in variety and rarely included high-quality merchandise. For instance, the food available in the space primarily consisted of raw materials, compressed foods, and instant meals. If an executor possessed culinary skills, having access to raw ingredients was advantageous, but for those lacking in the kitchen, they were relegated to relying on compressed or instant foods. This reasoning applied to other shops as well, which explained their viability. Navigating through the various shops, Yang Pan finally arrived at the spatial square. After dismounting his bicycle, he took a moment to catch his breath before surveying the square and its patrons. The area of the spatial square was considerable, estimated to be equivalent to 3 or 4 football fields. The architectural styles of the surrounding buildings were eclectic, creating a distinctive atmosphere, while the square itself was bustling with activity, with some individuals even setting up stalls. Aside from the large crowd, the attire of those present was remarkably diverse. For instance, there were individuals donned in black cloaks during the day, others wrapped in bandages, and some bearing their torsos with merely a piece of animal hide at their waist, with even a few daring souls indulging in public nudity, creating a scene reminiscent of a wild revelry. Additionally, nearly everyone in the square carried a weapon, ranging from small daggers to hefty hammers, and from handy pistols to massive sniper rifles. Yang Pan even spotted a towering figure over 2 meters tall, shouldering a weathered bronze cannon, a sight both awe-inspiring and surreal. And the very center of the spatial square stood an unusual hexagonal building resembling a supermarket, with doors flung wide open on each side, allowing a steady stream of people to enter and exit. It was evident that this was the infrastructure hall of the space. Observing the square did not evoke any particular surprise in Yang Pan. After all, he was still in possession of the big bone, and he considered this scene to be quite in line with his understanding of infinite space. Unbeknownst to Yang Pan, as he assessed the surroundings, he had become the subject of curiosity himself. It was indeed a rarity to see someone arriving at the spatial square on a dilapidated bicycle, paying no heed to the peculiar glances from those around him. Yang Pan had mentally prepared himself for such scrutiny while en route, having already grown accustomed to the stares he received along the way. Ignoring the onlookers, he made his way towards the infrastructure hall, retrieving some pre-purchased cooked meat from his storage space to replenish his energy after the exertion of cycling. As he approached the hall, he took the opportunity to glance at the wares displayed at the stalls he passed. Although his funds were limited, he couldn't resist satisfying his curiosity. With each stall he passed, he observed a variety of items, yet the prices were often beyond his means. Most of the goods being sold were of white quality, with green items being somewhat scarce, blue items exceedingly rare, and purple items practically non-existent. He had only glimpsed one at a stall crowded with people, its price exorbitantly steep. However, amidst this array of high-priced items, there was a refreshing presence of materials that in contrast to those possessing special effects or consumables that could directly enhance combat. The value of material items was significantly lower, often being the most affordable within the same quality tier. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Yang Pan's eyes. The materials required for upgrading his weapon big bone were precisely what he needed. Yet, he quickly shook his head, with a mere 80 trading points to his name. Even at a reduced price, he could not afford them. Chapter 21. The spatial hall. After a brief examination, Yang Pan decided against further browsing, primarily due to his lack of trading points. Since transactions here only recognized trading points, further observation would only result in frustration. He chose instead to head into the infrastructure hall. Ignoring the calls of various stall owners, he bypassed the area where executors conducted transactions, arriving at the entrance of the central building in the square. Strangely, there were no stalls set up within a few hundred meters of the square, perhaps an imposition from the space. Standing at the entrance of the hall, he noticed the classic symbol of infinite space, emblazoned above the grand doors, which swung open as people entered and exited. Yang Pan's arrival went unnoticed by others. He stuffed the remaining meat into his mouth. Having consumed 2 to 3 kilograms of cooked meat along the way, he felt himself gravitating towards gluttony since gaining the Tyrannosaurus bloodline, an unsettling development. Stepping into the infrastructure hall, Yang Pan discovered the interior space was vast, approximately 3 times larger than it appeared from the outside. He was not particularly surprised. After all, this was infinite space, where anything was possible. Upon entering the hall, it felt as though he had transitioned into an entirely different realm. The sounds from outside vanished, and conversely, the conversations within the hall were inaudible from outside. Yang Pan surveyed the environment. Although the facilities varied in style, their functions were fundamentally similar, primarily serving the basic needs of spatial executors, such as consultations regarding space information and the sale of spatial items. Through the infinite mark, he could purchase certain items directly, yet these were merely basic living supplies with little to no combat utility. In contrast, the offerings within this hall were considerably more diverse, including essential medications and weapons. As a novice executor, Yang Pan's privileges with the infinite mark were limited. If he advanced to intermediate or even advanced status, he would gain direct access to the infrastructure hall through the infinite mark, allowing him to teleport from his designated room without the need for trading points, enabling him to purchase any items directly. Of course, he was unaware of this at the moment. His privileges were insufficient, and he currently stood before a rather ordinary-looking counter, conversing with one of the staff members. Through their discussion, Yang Pan learned that the staff were also spatial executors but seemed to operate under a special contract with the space, resulting in significantly longer intervals between tasks compared to regular executors. They were also required to complete certain tasks within the space to earn trading points, meaning they were not exclusively combat-oriented executors. Furthermore, the difficulty and rewards of their tasks were proportionately lower. It is worth noting the typical intervals for regular executors between tasks. According to the staff, a typical executor would enjoy about 2 weeks of rest after completing a task, during which they could spend trading points to extend the time before their next assignment. However, this was not an absolute rule. It was possible for a new task to arise immediately after completing the previous one, usually of lesser difficulty. In such cases, the space would inquire whether the executor wished to undertake the new task, and refusal would incur no penalties. If the executor accepted, any accumulated rest time would carry over. Another scenario involved situations where more than 2 weeks passed without the space assigning a task. In such cases, caution was advised. The longer the wait, the more challenging the subsequent task would become, and any trading points spent to postpone the assignment would count towards this duration. In addition to awaiting tasks from the infinite space, executors could also proactively request tasks. In this case, the task's difficulty would be set to normal by default, with slightly increased rewards. Any remaining rest time would accumulate, but if more than 2 weeks had passed since the last task, the difficulty would be adjusted accordingly. These details provided a general understanding of executing tasks within the space, though some special task worlds and spaces could not be detailed. After gathering information about the spatial tasks, Yang Pan inquired about the specific functions of the infrastructure hall. Overall, the functions were relatively straightforward, yet essential for novice executors, encompassing enhancements for physical abilities and skills, equipment crafting and repair, selling items on behalf of executors, and auctioning high-end items, among others. Once Yang Pan had acquired the information he needed, he offered the staff member 20 trading points as a token of appreciation. As she expressed her gratitude with a hint of joy, he departed from the counter and made his way towards the upper level where additional facilities were located. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, Yang Pan noted that the crowd was sparse. The space felt quite open with a few individuals seated on chairs in the center, while various rooms and doors lined the perimeter, each marked with its designated function. He entered each room in turn, but the absence of trading points was a disheartening experience, akin to shopping without any money. Here, nearly all functions required trading points, whether for skill enhancements, crafting equipment, or even for the space to sell items on behalf of executors. This necessity was precisely why individuals set up stalls outside. Currently, Yang Pan found himself a destitute novice. With little understanding of the value of items and unable to price his existing possessions for sale. Thus, he lingered in the area where executors could sell and purchase items, scrutinizing the attributes and prices of all available goods. During this time, he was not disturbed, and he gained a general understanding of the prices and types of items. Among the items he could afford, he primarily focused on basic, inexpensive goods, while high-quality, high-priced items only garnered his cursory glance for a general understanding. After perusing the attributes and prices of the items, Yang Pan eventually rose to leave. He had gathered enough information to know the approximate value of his remaining belongings. Material items were relatively cheap to sell directly, so he decided against selling the various animal materials he possessed for the soul of the wild boar king. Having never encountered anything similar, he found it challenging to determine its price, and given its described versatility, he was hesitant to part with it. Alas, it all boiled down to the same issue. He was out of money. After Yang Pan stepped out of the hall dedicated to spatial infrastructure, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He roughly estimated that the materials required to upgrade his weapon, Big Bone, were not overly expensive. With approximately 500 trading points, he could achieve the enhancement. Albeit this was with the lowest quality materials, however, he was uncertain whether the effects of the upgrade would be impacted by such a choice. Moreover, while perusing the items consigned by other executors, he noticed that among the various basic weaponry, the prices of firearms were markedly superior. Even a white-quality firearm could rival the price of a green-quality melee weapon. This phenomenon was hardly surprising, considering that early-stage executors possess relatively low attributes. The range and power of firearms provide them with a greater sense of security compared to close combat weapons. Consequently, even the prices of low-quality firearms had not dipped below 500 trading points, while high-quality firearms with special attributes were exorbitantly priced. For whether he should consider purchasing a firearm, although he harbored an interest in guns, he had no intention of buying one at present. Despite the clear advantages firearms offered to executors in their early stages, he lacked any experience in handling them, and their prices were prohibitively high for him at the moment. Furthermore, utilizing firearms necessitated the purchase of ammunition, which constituted an additional expense, and the cost of bullets could sometimes surpass that of the firearm itself after a single spatial mission. For firearms with infinite ammunition, such items did exist, but those possessing such attributes typically did not fall below blue quality and were priced absurdly high, undoubtedly offering exceptional value. With a mindset akin to sour grapes, Yang Pan silently enumerated the various drawbacks of firearms in his mind, then sighed quietly over his own poverty as he turned to leave. Chapter 22. A bar's exploration. Yang Pan exited the hall and, without lingering in the spatial square, summoned his complimentary bicycle. Preparing to return to his exclusive room, especially since he had only 60 trading points left, which were hardly sufficient for anything of significance. As he pedaled away, the odd stares of passers-by accompanied him on his journey home. Bouncing along on the bicycle, the cacophony from the shops operated by spatial executors surrounded him, and coupled with the frustration of having no trading points after a lengthy examination, his mood began to sour. Sensing this unwelcome shift in his emotions, Yang Pan realized that the bloodline of the terror dragon he had assimilated was once again influencing him, which posed a considerable problem. He came to a halt, instinctively retrieving some meat from his storage space to quell his rising agitation, fearing that he might lose control of his emotions if he delayed any longer. While eating, he began to survey his surroundings. Since he was not far from the square, the streets were lined with shops run by executors, yet the crowd was not overly dense. Observing these establishments triggered a memory of the primary reason he had arrived in the infinite space: stepping into a mysterious shop and encountering an enigmatic woman. In hindsight, it was likely that this shop was operated by an executor, and his encounter was perhaps a task assigned to her by the infinite space. As he pondered, his mood gradually settled. However, he was not quite ready to return just yet. Perhaps it would be nice to wander around a bit, he thought to himself. He parked his bicycle by the roadside, neglecting to secure it, and proceeded to explore the nearby shops. And the infinite space, theft was less of a concern. In reality, parking like this would certainly invite trouble from thieves, strolling along the streets felt reminiscent of the evening before a trial mission. Yet his mood was distinctly different this time as he gazed at the array of shops, each with its unique style. Some solemn, some bizarre, some ordinary, and others downright peculiar. It was evident that without prior knowledge, one might struggle to discern their purposes, much like Yang Pan himself at that moment. Perhaps due to the immense pressure faced during missions, these executors seemed to let loose upon returning to the infinite space, showcasing a style that was markedly more carefree as he observed the perplexing signs around him. Yang Pan felt it prudent to return to his exclusive room, though the signs themselves were difficult to interpret. It was still possible to glean the nature of the shops from their exteriors, and not all establishments were bewildering. There were indeed several businesses that appeared relatively normal after meandering for a while. Yang Pan managed to find a few shops that looked relatively normal and had fewer patrons, allowing him to take a closer look. He noted that aside from the different types of goods they offered and the infrequent presence of the owners, there was little to distinguish them from ordinary shops. After a brief exploration, he paused outside what appeared to be a bar. The assumption stemmed from the bottle emblem hanging at the entrance and the raucous sounds emanating from within. Yang Pan decided to venture inside, recognizing that although bars could be chaotic, they were also prime venues for gathering information. While he had inquired about certain matters in the spatial hall, some questions were off-limits due to his restricted access. However, in this establishment, as long as he did not draw too much attention, no one would care who he was. Stepping into the presumably bar-like establishment, Yang Pan felt a surge of curiosity wash over him, for he had never set foot in a bar before. During his school years, financial constraints had barred him, and after graduation, work had consumed his time and energy. Therefore, entering this bar within the infinite space was a novel experience for him. Upon entering, the overwhelming din greeted him, igniting a flicker of irritation, but he managed to maintain his composure, his curiosity guiding his gaze around the room. The interior decor was far from refined, even bordering on the crude. Yet the lighting was remarkably bright. The walls were adorned with the heads of various beasts, including what appeared to be a dinosaur, which Yang Pan suspected was real. The furniture, predominantly wooden, looked exceptionally sturdy, a necessary attribute given that ordinary items could hardly withstand the antics of intoxicated executors endowed with physical prowess far exceeding that of the average person. While Yang Pan surveyed his surroundings, someone approached him with a greeting. "Hello there, mate. You look a bit unfamiliar. Are you new here?" Yang Pan turned to face the individual before him, who was a Caucasian, towering at over 1.9 meters, with a shaved head and a muscular physique reminiscent of a standing polar bear. However, Yang Pan could not ascertain which country or region he hailed from. Remarkably, this individual spoke fluent Chinese, leaving Yang Pan curious about how he had achieved such proficiency as he regarded the man. Yang Pan replied, "Indeed, I just completed a mission and came out to unwind. It's my first time here. By the way, may I ask how to address you?" He sensed a deeper meaning behind the man's query. "Are you new here?" Yet, feigning ignorance, he refrained from disclosing his name, instead emphasizing his recent mission and inquiring about the other man's name, mindful of the need for caution within the infinite space. "Is that so? A new brother? Then, I'm a regular here. You can call me Grizzly, but I still don't know how to address you, brother. What brings you here?" The man spoke enthusiastically while extending his right arm towards Yang Pan. Sensing that the man's apparent warmth masked ulterior motives, Yang Pan felt the grip of the offered hand was decidedly off. The previously raucous atmosphere seemed to quiet, and the patrons within the bar subtly directed their attention toward the two. "Ha ha, Grizzly, you can call me Puncher. However, it seems a bit crowded over there. I think I'll pass." Yang Pan maintained his expression, extending his right hand to meet the one reaching out toward him. Their hands clasped firmly, and they both began to exert pressure to see this moment. The pretense of civility evaporated, and the smiles that had adorned their faces vanished. "That won't do. According to your customs, we should be like old friends and share a drink or two." Grizzly forced out these words through clenched teeth. By now, the veins in Grizzly's arms were bulging, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow in stark contrast. Yang Pan exhibited little outward strain. His muscles merely swelled slightly, and if one were to gaze into his eyes, they would find them transformed into a vibrant shade of crimson. It might be best if we don't get too familiar on our first meeting. At this moment, Yang Pan's voice had grown cold, and a surge of fury welled up within him. His innate talent, wildness, was activated, causing the strength in his arms to increase dramatically as Yang Pan's power intensified. A series of crisp sounds echoed from the point where their hands clasped, while his opponent's complexion began to pale and beads of sweat streamed down his face. In contrast, Yang Pan displayed no signs of distress, making the disparity between them abundantly clear. The gray bear felt as though his hand was ensnared in a vice grip, the pressure tightening relentlessly, giving him the sensation that his bones might shatter. This torment was excruciating. Yet he refrained from voicing his agony to preserve his pride, just as the gray bear found himself in this predicament. A voice resonated, akin to celestial music in his ears. Please refrain from causing harm to other participants within the infinite space, or you will face penalties. The notification from the infinite space reverberated through the air. Observing this, Yang Pan relinquished his grip, and the gray bear swiftly withdrew his hand, concealing it behind his back, though it continued to tremble uncontrollably, since the Rock brothers are unwilling to share a drink. I shall not intrude further, the gray bear stammered, his voice tinged with trepidation, before making a hasty exit from the bar under Yang Pan's increasingly unfriendly gaze. Chapter 23. Conversation. As the white man who called himself the Gray Bear departed the bar, the atmosphere within the establishment instantly reverted to its previous lively state, and the unfriendly glances directed at Yang Pan dissipated with the troublemaker gone. Yang Pan's anger remained unvented, yet the constraints of the space prevented him from pursuing further confrontation. Redirecting his gaze from the entrance, the crimson glow in his eyes did not fade, and the cessation of his talent, wildness, did not leave him feeling weakened. Surveying the patrons within the bar, he recognized that while the gray bear instigated the incident, others undoubtedly played a role as well. Most of those who met Yang Pan's gaze quickly averted their eyes. After all, they were in a novice zone where the gray bear, though not the strongest, was certainly no novice. The fact that even he had suffered a setback indicated that his opponent possessed considerable strength, and the other participants were unlikely to seek trouble unnecessarily. Just as Yang Pan was scrutinizing the other patrons, yet another voice beckoned him. Esteemed guest, welcome to the Wave Bar. I am the proprietor, Splash. I apologize for the discomfort I previously caused you. The voice was a gentle, melodic feminine tone. With her words, the noise in the bar subsided once more, as if the power had been abruptly cut off. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Yang Pan gradually found his agitation waning. He understood the necessity of restraint in this establishment. Turning to face the speaker, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly in her 30s, whose words seemed imbued with an enchanting power that instilled a sense of calm within him. Recognizing the bar owner's personal approach and her attempt to ease the tension, he opted not to pursue the earlier incident any further, acknowledging her gesture of goodwill. Not at all. The patrons here are simply too enthusiastic, which caught me off guard. Please, carry on with your duties without concern for me, Yang Pan replied, waving his hand dismissively. After conveying his sentiments, Yang Pan isolated himself in a less crowded corner of the bar. Thank you for your understanding, and I wish you an enjoyable experience, the owner remarked, recognizing Yang Pan's desire for solitude. After conveying her message and giving a few instructions to the staff, she turned and departed. Once Splash left, the bar erupted into its previous clamor, while Yang Pan remained undisturbed in his corner. Listening to the conversations around him, he began to peruse the menu displayed on the screen before him. The menu revealed a wide range of prices. The most affordable option was ordinary beer, available for merely one transaction point, while the pricier selections were space-bound items with additional attributes, their costs rendering them unattainable for Yang Pan. As he contemplated his choices, a server approached, presenting a bottle before him. Sir, this is your drink, the server announced. What? I don't believe I've ordered anything yet, Yang Pan replied, puzzled, glancing at the bottle on the table. Beast blood wine, quality, white, type, consumable beverage. Effect: induces a special state of exhilaration, enhancing physical vitality but may lead to intoxication and slightly disrupt bodily balance. A distinctive spirit crafted from the blood of beasts. It invigorates the mind but is ill-suited for combat. Yang Pan recognized this item from the menu, priced at 300 transaction points. Though it appeared ill-advised for battle as a mere beverage, it was undoubtedly a luxury. Given that he currently possessed only 60 transaction points, he deemed it unaffordable. This is complimentary. The owner specifically requested that I offer it to you, hoping you will not harbor any biases against the wave bar due to the earlier incident. The server continued, I shall place the drink here, and I hope you enjoy your time. With a slight bow, the server left. That owner certainly knows how to handle people, Yang Pan mused inwardly. The owner's gesture stemmed from an awareness of his strength. Had he been bullied upon his arrival, she would not have acted in such a manner. Yet Yang Pan was no fool. He understood this rationale. Nevertheless, given her apology and the gift, he found himself developing a measure of fondness for the female proprietor. Seated at his table, Yang Pan quietly uncorked the beast blood wine as the cap twisted off. A wave of sanguine aroma wafted forth, not overpowering or unpleasant, but rather invigorating over time, breathing in the scent. He felt a sense of comfort. The aroma seemed to possess a magical quality, and though his body buzzed with excitement, his mind remained remarkably tranquil. He poured the wine into a glass and began to sip. As he consumed the wine, his body, augmented by the bloodline of the terror Tyrannosaurus, showed no signs of intoxication. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of elation, and still, no one approached him after finishing the last glass. Yang Pan rose to leave. Although he had not achieved his goal of gathering information, he found the prospect of engaging with unfamiliar individuals daunting, and the mere thought of having to engage in idle chatter made him uneasy. Exiting the bar, Yang Pan reveled in the exhilaration gifted by the beast blood wine. His spirits lifted despite the lack of information and the earlier conflict. He had enjoyed a complimentary drink, so he did not consider it a loss. As for seeking information from others, he felt indifferent. He would cross that bridge when he came to it, with ample time before the next mission began. And having gleaned much from the infrastructure hall, he understood that participating in additional tasks would yield further insights. Having contemplated his circumstances, Yang Pan felt little inclination to linger outside. He mounted the free transportation bike sponsored by the Infinite Space and made his way back to his designated room. Meanwhile, within the wave bar, after confirming Yang Pan's departure, the patrons began to converse. Customer A. That kid left? Who would have thought the gray bear would falter? Customer B. Indeed. The gray bear possesses some skill. Is that boy truly a novice? His strength doesn't suggest so. Customer C. He likely isn't affiliated with any major organizations. He seems more like a low-key lone wolf. At that moment, in a room on the second floor of the bar, the server who had delivered the wine spoke to the owner. Splash. Captain, that rock appears unfamiliar with the rules of the Infinite Space, and we cannot find any specific information on him. He must be a newcomer. Though his experiences and strength remain uncertain, keep an eye on him. We lack any information regarding him, suggesting he is indeed a novice. Yet, as a novice, he possesses formidable physical strength, indicating he must have encountered some opportunities during missions. The owner replied, however, one must be capable to seize such opportunities. Understood. The waiter responded. At that moment, Yang Pan was unaware that he had already been largely exposed in the eyes of others, who intended to keep a long-term watch on him. However, even if he were aware, Yang Pan would remain indifferent. What did it matter if others focused on him? He could not prevent anyone from observing him, and as long as it did not affect him, he would not concern himself with such trivial matters, nor would he care to. Chapter 24. Returning to reality after cycling for 2 hours, Yang Pan successfully returned to his exclusive room. He had ventured out and gathered a considerable amount of information, which could be deemed a fruitful endeavor. Nonetheless, he had no pressing tasks at hand. Thus, he retrieved his weapon, Big Bone, and descended into the basement to familiarize himself with his enhanced physique while practicing his swordsmanship. Upon entering the basement, Yang Pan held Big Bone in his hands. The weight of the weapon was now negligible to him. With his current stamina, he could swing it for hours without fatigue. A stark contrast to the initial experience when he first acquired it. Gripping the sword with both hands, he attempted a few swings, Finding them effortless, he then increased both the power and speed of his movements. Practicing according to the sensations imparted by the intermediate weapon, katana, and the guidance found in the hunter's notebook, time slipped away unnoticed, and when Yang Pan glanced at the clock, he realized it was already evening. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he ceased his practice and headed to the bathroom for a wash. Seated in his room, Yang Pan dined on the meat he had previously purchased from the space shop. Since consuming beast blood wine at the wave bar earlier that afternoon, his body had remained in a state of mild exhilaration, even after several hours had passed and the effects of the wine had dissipated. He still felt this peculiar vitality, as if his body were undergoing some transformation. Before long, Yang Pan finished his dinner, although his appetite was not as extravagant as when he had consumed 50 pounds of raw meat after merging with the heart of a tyrant dragon. He still managed to devour a remarkable 6 pounds of cooked meat, an amount that hardly seemed characteristic of a normal individual. Sated, Yang Pan reclined in his chair, contemplating the state of his body, which still thrummed with excitement. He surmised that this was likely a transformation brought about by his bloodline, and he felt he was lacking an opportunity or certain conditions that, once fulfilled, would bring about new changes. As for what exactly he was missing and the nature of the forthcoming transformations, that remained a mystery, merely conjecture on his part. Shaking off his musings, Yang Pan resolved to step outside for a stroll to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment and perhaps aid digestion. Intending to return later for further training to AS, he walked through the primary area of the infinite space, Zone 12. Yang Pan strolled beneath the moonlight, reveling in the beauty of his surroundings in the infinite space. There was no distinction between day and night. Time was primarily controlled by the space itself, with certain zones perpetually basking in sunlight or darkness. The temporal flow in Yang Pan's current zone closely resembled reality, which suited him well and alleviated any desire to change locations, although he preferred his room to be situated nearer to the space plaza. Executioner 97762, Novice, you have just completed the trial world and earned a chance to return to reality. The duration of this return is 3 days, during which you may return to reality at any time before the next mission begins. Should the next task commence while you are still in reality, you will be forcibly repatriated and subjected to certain penalties, with any remaining time nullified. As Yang Pan wandered, a notification from the space reappeared before him. Upon reading it, he found the content quite intriguing. Can an executioner return to reality? Yang Pan inquired of the spatial mark on his chest. An executioner may choose to return to reality during non-mission periods, but a certain number of transaction points must be paid, and there are restrictions on the time spent in reality. Additionally, any abilities gained within the space must not be disclosed to non-executioners, nor may the existence of the space be revealed. Surprised by this revelation, Yang Pan had initially believed that entering the infinite space was a one-way transaction, with no possibility of retreat. However, it appeared that the situation was not as harsh as he had presumed. The space was not entirely devoid of compassion. Yang Pan grasped the essence of the response provided by the spatial mark. After all, he had never encountered anyone possessing supernatural abilities throughout his life. Without the constraints of the space, the real world would likely be in chaos. The stipulation regarding the non-disclosure of the space's existence led him to ponder whether there were circumstances under which such information could be shared. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, recognizing they were of little relevance to him as a newcomer. Now, I shall utilize my opportunity to return to reality, Yang Pan declared. His desire to return was not born from an attachment to the real world. After all, he had little family left, and his relationships with classmates were hardly strong. Even upon returning, there was nothing or no one particularly worthy of his concern. However, remaining in the space would necessitate confronting a very pragmatic issue, the matter of sustenance. The infinite space operated solely on transaction points, and without them, he would find himself at a standstill, unable even to procure food. Should he choose to remain in the infinite space, given his current appetite? He doubted that his meager transaction points would suffice for even a single meal, which would be quite embarrassing. Conversely, in the real world, Yang Pan had managed to save a bit of money. Though not much, it would be enough to cover his meals, and he might find it challenging to utilize in the future. Thus, it was prudent to make use of it while he could. Please return to your exclusive room. Within your exclusive room, you may choose to return to reality. The prompt appeared once more. Seeing this, Yang Pan lost interest in lingering outside and promptly turned on his heel, heading towards his room. Upon returning to his room, the notification appeared again. Executioner 97762 Novice has returned to the exclusive room. Did you wish to return to the real world? Confirming, Yang Pan spoke, and as soon as the words left his mouth, a distorted light portal materialized before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through it. After a brief moment of dizziness, when Yang Pan opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his modest rental apartment. He surveyed his surroundings and, upon confirming his return, still felt a tinge of unreality. However, glancing into the mirror and witnessing his significantly increased height and the surge of power within him, Yang Pan realized that his experiences were not mere figments of imagination. After fumbling at his bedside, he retrieved his phone from beneath his pillow, pressed the power button, and was pleasantly surprised to find it still had battery life. Given that he had spent 7 days in a trial mission upon entering the infinite space, he had anticipated that his aging phone would not have lasted so long. Checking the time displayed on his phone, it read July 10th, 1823. Yang Pan recalled that the night he had encountered the space shop while fighting at the barbecue stall was July 8th. Given that so many days had passed in the infinite space, yet only 2 days had elapsed on his phone, the discrepancy in time was rather vast. May I inquire about the time flow in the infinite space compared to that of reality? Yang Pan asked the infinite mark. The flow of time in the infinite space is equivalent to that of the real world. However, during mission worlds, the flow of time may differ due to various factors. The mark addressed Yang Pan's inquiry. Upon realizing the source of the issue, Yang Pan refrained from further questions, acknowledging that even with this newfound understanding, there was little he could do to avert the circumstances. After all, his current standing was rather low. Since change was unattainable, he had to learn the art of acceptance. However, Yang Pan found himself contemplating another matter. Tonight was the graduation party for his university class, and he pondered whether he should attend and meet with them. Chapter 25. The Ordinary. At this moment, Yang Pan sat in a taxi, his destination being the venue for the class's graduation celebration. After a brief period of reflection, he resolved to go, reasoning that despite their somewhat distant relationship, it was important to bid farewell to the classmates he had spent 4 years with. Half an hour later, the taxi halted in front of a modest hotel, whereupon Yang Pan settled the fare and alighted. Before him stood the hotel, which was rather unremarkable and not the luxurious 5-star establishment one might expect. It had been prearranged by the class monitor, taking into account everyone's circumstances, as not all had particularly affluent backgrounds, such as Yang Pan himself. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time, 19:02. According to the announcement, the event was scheduled to commence promptly at 19:00. It seemed he was running a tad late, yet there was still time to join. Entering the hotel, Yang Pan inquired at the front desk for directions to the designated room. Following the guidance provided, he located the gathering. Upon entering, he chose an empty seat. The atmosphere in the room was lively, and few noticed the addition of a new presence. Those few classmates who did see him enter greeted him with surprise, as hardly anyone anticipated Yang Pan's attendance, given his tendency to remain aloof and his absence from group activities. He resembled a reclusive sage, distanced from worldly affairs. In truth, while Yang Pan was not particularly adept at socializing, he was not so socially estranged as to warrant such perceptions. His classmates' impressions were largely rooted in the early days of their university experience when he left a significant mark on their memories. When Yang Pan was but a child, he experienced the tragic loss of his parents in a car accident, the culprit of which vanished without a trace. His grandparents, deeply affected by the tragedy, were left with no choice but to assume the burden of raising him. Consequently, Yang Pan matured rapidly, always mindful of his grandparents' needs. However, as time passed, their health declined, and during his high school years, both grandparents succumbed to illness. During that harrowing period, Yang Pan felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. Retreating into silence and withdrawing from others, it was only as the college entrance examinations approached that he began to regain some semblance of spirit. Ultimately scraping by to enroll in his current institution on the eve of his admission, he spent the night at his grandparents' graves, uttering not a word nor engaging in any activity before arriving at his university the following day. As he sat there, observing his classmates, both familiar and foreign, reminiscing about their university days, Yang Pan felt an insurmountable distance between them. His classmates merely acknowledged him with a nod, showing little inclination to engage in conversation. Throughout the dinner festivities, he remained seated, neither departing nor conversing. Upon leaving the hotel, Yang Pan strolled alone along the dimly lit streets of the night. His classmates seemed to have other plans, but such matters no longer concerned him. Reflecting on the years gone by and the recent days spent in the infinite space, he clenched his fist, feeling the newfound strength coursing through his body. Indeed, he thought, things had changed. Requesting a return to the infinite space, Yang Pan stepped into an uninhabited alley and addressed the mark on his chest, inscribed with Executor Number 97762, Junior. Remaining time still available. Returning to space will reset remaining time. Do you confirm return? Confirm return. Confirmation successful. Surrounding area secure. Transmission commencing. A distorted portal of light materialized before Yang Pan, and as a wave of suction enveloped him, he vanished within it. When Yang Pan regained his senses, he found himself in his designated room within the infinite space. Might I inquire why the method of transmission varies each time? Yang Pan, rubbing his slightly dazed head, posed the question to the mark. Permission is insufficient. Information regarding space transmission methods cannot be obtained. Uncertain if it was merely his perception, Yang Pan sensed that the response regarding spatial information was unusually sluggish this time. Not dwelling on the lack of information, he concluded that the means of transmission were inconsequential as long as he arrived safely at his destination. His inquiry had been casual, with no expectation of an answer. Once back in his exclusive room, Yang Pan inexplicably felt a wave of comfort, as if he had grown accustomed to this space he had not inhabited for long. In the ensuing days, Yang Pan remained in the basement of his room, diligently training his body and practicing sword techniques in preparation for the next formal mission. During this time, apart from addressing basic physiological needs, he seldom exited the basement. This intense regimen persisted for 6 days until it was interrupted by information from the space. Executor Number 97762, Junior, will commence the next spatial mission in 7 days. Please prepare in advance. The notification regarding the start time of the next spatial mission prompted Yang Pan to momentarily halt his training. Having engaged in rigorous training over the past 6 days, Yang Pan's body had grown somewhat numbed as he paused. Fatigue accumulated from the previous days surged forth, overwhelming even his enhanced physique. He braced himself against his weariness and collapsed onto his bed. Falling asleep almost instantly, Yang Pan slumbered until midday the following day, awakening to a sense of renewed ease, his body, previously in a state of mild excitement, having returned to normalcy, checking the start time of the next spatial mission. Yang Pan inquired of the mark, uncertain of how long he had slept. Time until next mission. 6 days. Yang Pan, may I preview the upcoming mission and the world in which it will take place? Executor level too low. Free preview unavailable. TO continue viewing. Transaction points are required. Realizing he could not obtain information about the next mission world for free, Yang Pan ceased to ponder the matter further. His limited transaction points barely covered his sustenance, rendering him unable to afford the cost. Through the course of his training, Yang Pan had made considerable progress. Although his proficiency with the great sword remained at an intermediate level, he had become adept in wielding dagu, and he could efficiently employ the weapon techniques outlined in the hunter's notes. Additionally, due to the existence of the passive skill Iron Fist, Yang Pan had dedicated time to practice in that regard. Unlocking a new feature, Basic Mastery. After training, you have unlocked Basic Mastery. Acquired ability, Basic Mastery Body Techniques, Beginner. Basic Mastery Body Techniques, Beginner. Effect, enhances the capacity to utilize one's body during combat. One should not harbor excessive expectations as a novice just beginning to learn the art of physical combat. In addition to these attributes, his Tyrannosaurus lineage has also given rise to 2 new bloodline abilities, the Body of the Battle-Hardened and the Dragon Attribute Energy. However, These capabilities have not been elaborated upon, merely noted as bloodline abilities, suggesting a need for personal exploration. Yang Pan can vaguely sense the dragon attribute energy, although controlling it proves to be quite challenging. It remains within reach. As for the body of the battle-hardened, he is entirely at a loss. After reflecting on the gains from his training over the past few days, Yang Pan feels a sense of satisfaction. Yet, in the days leading up to the next mission, he resolves to alter his training regimen. While high-intensity training can rapidly enhance one's strength, it also places considerable strain on the body, potentially leading to injury. Although harm cannot be inflicted upon others within the infinite space, self-harm falls beyond its protective scope. Currently, Yang Pan lacks trading points to recuperate his body, and the fatigue accumulated from recent training remains unmitigated. Therefore, he deems it necessary to rest and recover in the days ahead, striving to return to peak condition before the next mission commences. Chapter 26. The mission begins. 6 days have swiftly passed, and the impending commencement of the next spatial mission looms near. During this time, Yang Pan has refrained from engaging in high-intensity physical training, opting instead for light exercise to maintain his dexterity. Most of his time has been devoted to practicing control over the dragon attribute energy and exploring the implications of the body of the battle-hardened. Despite a slow progression due to inexperience, he has made some advancements, discovering a few rudimentary methods for utilizing the dragon attribute energy, while he has also gained some insights regarding the body of the battle-hardened, although validation within the mission world is necessary. As the designated time for the spatial mission arrives, Yang Pan, a homebody by nature, steps out of his exclusive room. When a mission is assigned, any individual present in the infinite space will be transported to the mission world, with prior notification to prevent the embarrassing scenario of entering the mission world unprepared. Upon exiting his room, Yang Pan inhales deeply the fresh air outside. Glancing at his depleted trading points, he realizes that his recently insatiable appetite has consumed the remaining points. If the spatial mission does not commence soon, he will be left with no option but to sell unused items or seek employment in the shops established by other executors. Additionally, the green item, colorful chocolate beans, has also been completely consumed, resulting in an increase of 1 point in his agility attribute, bringing it to a total of 9 points in Yang Pan's storage space. There are only a few items: a random weapon crafting scroll, a recruitment contract, and a hunter's notebook. He has been carrying the large bone on his back since stepping outside. And now, with the spatial mission notification issued, he simply needs to wait as the rest period concludes. The mission will commence in 3 minutes. The countdown begins, and executors are advised to prepare. With the arrival of the spatial information, Yang Pan rises, tightening his grip on the weapon at his back. As there is nothing else in his storage space that requires checking as the countdown concludes, darkness envelopes him, and his body vanishes amidst a distortion of space. The transmission is successful. Executor Number 97762 has arrived in the mission world. World information and spatial tasks have been assigned and can be reviewed through the infinite mark. When Yang Pan regains his senses, he finds himself no longer in the infinite space, as the surrounding environment has transformed. Upon awakening, he does not rush to examine the task and world information, instead opting to survey his surroundings. It appears he is situated on a rural path, with litter scattered about that clearly originates from human activity, indicating that this mission will likely take place in a populated area. Alongside him are 4 others, making a total of 5 individuals, including a corpulent man towering over 1.9 meters, a robust, middle-aged man, a young woman of unremarkable appearance, and a brash young man with an arrogant demeanor. While Yang Pan observes the environment and his fellow executors, the others are also engaged in mutual scrutiny. As a modicum of vigilance is warranted among fellow spatial executors observing the group, Yang Pan cannot shake the feeling that collectively, they would not suffice to challenge him. This inexplicable confidence seems unfounded. Yet Yang Pan trusts his instincts, noting that the individuals before him appear rather unimpressive. The hefty man, despite his size, likely weighs around 300 pounds and is already sweating profusely without having engaged in any exertion. The young woman and the middle-aged man each wield handguns, though it remains uncertain how proficient they are in their use. The middle-aged man appears somewhat fit, while the young woman's slight frame suggests she would struggle to wield a firearm effectively. Lastly, the brash young man, brandishing a knife, exudes an air of bravado, yet his wandering gaze indicates he may have been frightened in a previous mission world. Yang Pan shakes his head in disappointment at the apparent lack of quality among his companions. Based on information gleaned from the service personnel in the Spatial Infrastructure Hall, he understands that the trial world cannot be regarded as a genuine mission world. In the trial world, defeating hostile units yields loot, with a high probability of drops, including unique items endemic to the trial world, such as the warmed bear gallbladder and boiling tiger blood that Yang Pan had acquired. Such items are characteristic of the trial space, while items capable of enhancing attributes are seldom found in normal mission worlds. Naturally, upon completing trial tasks, the infinite space does not distribute rewards. Rather, one merely earns the status of a formal executor, maintaining a form of balance. Although Yang Pan has recently completed a trial task, he has already achieved considerable physical prowess due to a special reward acquired from defeating an intruder. In contrast, the other executors accompanying him likely have only just surmounted the trial world, perhaps having experienced only one or two formal mission worlds, meaning their physical attributes are probably not significantly superior to those of ordinary individuals. Thus, Yang Pan's perception of their weakness seems entirely justified as he grapples with disappointment over the quality of his companions. Yang Pan's thoughts drift elsewhere, contemplating whether to embark on a solitary path, as he prefers the independence of acting alone. Thus, the five of them remain in a stalemate, scrutinizing one another. The hefty man breaks the silence. Perhaps we should introduce ourselves. I'll go first. My name is Silence. Yang Pan interjects. It seems we have trouble approaching. Sensing the awkwardness of the atmosphere, the hefty man attempts to break the tension. Yet Yang Pan denies him the opportunity, having consumed the warmed bear gallbladder to enhance his vision in the trial world. Yang Pan has just discerned several small black figures charging toward them from a distance, clearly of a hostile nature. What do you mean by that? The hefty man, interrupted mid-sentence, does not seem offended but rather questions Yang Pan, while the others also turn their attention to him. Look over there. Yang Pan points toward the approaching pack of canines, simultaneously accessing the world information and spatial task for this mission through the infinite mark. Mission world, biohazard world difficulty, easy world description. Edward Ashford and Oswald Spencer discovered a virus in the African plant, the solar staircase, which causes genetic mutations in living organisms, leading to loss of consciousness while bestowing extraordinary vitality and resistance. They named it the progenitor virus. To study this virus, they established Umbrella, disguising their nefarious activities in the development of biological weapons under the guise of an international pharmaceutical company. Years later, following the leak of the T-virus, Umbrella's vile practices in biological weaponry were exposed, leading to the company's bankruptcy and a disastrous decline in the reputation of the Global Pharmaceutical Association. In a bid to salvage their reputation, the Global Pharmaceutical Association decided to establish BSAA, Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, with countries worldwide responding favorably and permitting BSAA forces to conduct limited anti-terror operations on their territory. However, the situation did not conclude there. Space Mission 1. Chris Redfield Mission Introduction. Chris Redfield has been ordered to investigate a black market trade in biochemical weapons in an unnamed town in Africa. Mission requirement: join Chris Redfield within 3 days. Mission reward: 500 transaction points. Failure penalty: none. Note: this mission is a continuous one. Whether completed or failed, it will trigger the next mission, and the manner and timing of task completion will influence subsequent missions. Space Mission 2. Hunt the Plaka Parasite Mission Introduction. Eliminate 100 Plaka parasite hosts and 1 special parasite host. Mission reward: 2,000 transaction points. Failure penalty: a deduction of 2,000 transaction points. If insufficient points exist, equivalent value items will be deducted, and if items are lacking, death will occur. Executors may explore and uncover additional tasks within the mission world beyond executing space missions. Chapter 27. The first battle. Upon reading the information issued by the space, and recalling the appearance of the few dogs charging towards them, Yang Pan realized what they were. He quietly gripped the hilt of his large bone knife behind his back, readying himself for confrontation. Can I now probe the information about those creatures? Yang Pan inquired of the mark while fixating on the increasingly approaching dark figures. The distance is too great to probe, the mark responded. Yang Pan was prepared for battle, and the other executors who had accompanied him finally discerned the shapes of the dark figures. Hastily beginning their preparations, let introductions wait. I trust you have all reviewed the world information. You should be familiar with the realm of biohazard, right? The stout man spoke again, though his voice bore a hint of tension. Those charging towards us must be zombie dogs. Should we run now? The young man's tone was filled with panic. Don't overthink it in this terrain. There is not a single place to hide. Where can we possibly flee? The middle-aged man remarked as he drew his handgun. Though he appeared somewhat inexperienced, the young woman said little, similarly brandishing her pistol, her hands visibly trembling with anxiety. Seeing that the others showed no intention of fleeing and noting the lack of hiding spots, the young man reluctantly remained behind. Though he instinctively shrank back, however, the middle-aged man pointed his gun directly at the young man. You take the knife, and the three individuals who had been watching the performance finally reacted and hurriedly responded. In truth, they had already completed their task and were merely observing the scene. However, they were utterly stunned by the sight of Yang Pan cleaving the parasitic dog in half with a single stroke, rendering them collectively into a state of passive spectatorship. Chapter 28. After the initial battle, Yang Pan looked somewhat helplessly at the three people before him, who were still processing the situation. At the feet of the stout man was a purple rat, the size of a domestic cat, named Xylota, whose gaze seemed somewhat unfocused. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man and the young woman stood aside like schoolchildren caught in wrongdoing. Just moments ago, the trio had been roused from their stupor by Yang Pan's shout and the distant screams of agony, and they rushed forward in a flurry to assist, with two handguns providing remote distraction and the agile rat diverting the attention of one parasitic dog. Yang Pan unleashed his fury and eliminated the remaining four parasitic dogs. Then, the awkward situation before them unfolded. What are you all doing standing there? There are still 3 dogs left to kill. Let us move together. We can collect the spoils later, Yang Pan said, shaking his head as he approached the 3 parasitic dogs that had fled from the young man. Subsequently, with their cooperation, though cooperation was a generous term, as Yang Pan took the lead in the offensive while Xylota distracted the enemy, and the others merely cheered, the remaining 3 parasitic dogs were swiftly dealt with. The stout man expressed that all his wealth was tied up in that large rat, while the other 2 mentioned that the ammunition for their handguns required trading points. Having just completed their trial tasks, they hadn't accumulated much and were left to rely on Yang Pan. After slaying all the parasitic dogs, the group paused to recuperate and gather the spoils dropped by their vanquished foes. All 8 parasitic dogs had fallen to Yang Pan's hand, each contributing 3 trading points. Furthermore, a weapon manufacturing scroll yielded a weapon, and 3 of the parasitic dogs dropped additional loot. Compared to the trial world, the drop rates and point acquisition in the formal task world were somewhat diminished. It was important to note that while parasitic dogs were not as formidable in direct combat as tigers, their danger as biomonsters was not to be underestimated. However, the trial world served as a boon for newcomers to the space, making high yields quite reasonable. Of course, Yang Pan was not entirely unscathed from the previous battle. Although he had dodged and blocked most attacks, a few had landed, leaving him with several shallow wounds. He worried about the potential infection from bioviruses. Space, check my status. Yang Pan commanded the infinite mark. Identity number, 97762 rank. Executor, Junior, physical attributes. Strength, 16. Agility, 9. Stamina, 20. Spirit, 12. Luck, special attribute not viewable. Bloodline, Tyrant Raptor bloodline talent. Wildness, rare, active skill. Material extraction passive skill. Iron Fist current status. Minor injury, his attributes appeared normal, with no signs of biovirus infection. Yang Pan recalled the information about the parasitic dogs and, after a brief analysis, concluded that the Plaka parasites likely did not infect humans through superficial wounds like the zombies depicted in films. This was indeed fortunate news for them. The other three were aware of Yang Pan's injuries, but given his earlier display of strength, they refrained from commenting, merely casting sidelong glances in his direction. There's no need to worry. These parasites do not infect humans directly. Just avoid being overtaken by them. Yang Pan stated evenly. Oh, good, good. The three visibly relaxed upon hearing Yang Pan's words, showing no signs of doubt. At that moment, the remaining four gathered together, while the young man who had fled had already been slain by 3 parasitic dogs. According to the stout man and his companions, they intended to offer all the spoils to Yang Pan, hoping he would look after them in future tasks. They acknowledged their lack of contribution during the recent skirmish, yet Yang Pan still provided them with a loot box for their own distribution. Ensuring they would not walk away empty-handed, Yang Pan had noticed that when the stout man suggested giving all the spoils to him, the middle-aged man and the young woman's expressions shifted slightly, indicating they had their own thoughts. While Yang Pan was unafraid of them, he recognized that they could pose a problem if they decided to betray him during future battles to avert such complications. He opted to share some of the spoils with them. The most straightforward solution would be to eliminate the two right then and there, but Yang Pan found himself unable to make that decision. Despite being in an infinite space, he had only recently been an ordinary person, and changing one's perspective takes time. Yang Pan decided to set aside the loot for now, casting one last glance at the iron chain-like weapon obtained from the random weapon manufacturing scroll. Rough iron chain quality, white, effect, none, description. An iron chain used to bind parasitic dogs infected by parasites. While it may appear crude, it is exceptionally sturdy. Given its ordinary description, Yang Pan thought to himself, as he gave it a firm tug that it was of decent quality. After inspecting it, he wrapped the 3-meter-long chain, as thick as his thumb, around his arm, testing its weight and finding it manageable without hindering his movements. Coupled with the trading points gained from the 8 parasitic dogs, Yang Pan felt a sense of satisfaction. Everyone, the battle has concluded. Let us introduce ourselves. I shall begin. You may call me Junjie. I have completed a formal task in the space before. Though my performance was lacking, yielding few rewards, for now, I must rely on the xylota I acquired from that task. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward, the stout man spoke again. Just call me Chunlan. I recently passed the trial task, and my gains were merely enough to purchase this handgun, spoke the young woman. Haha, you may refer to me as Jiangu. Before coming here, I was the owner of a small company, and I, too, just completed a trial task. This handgun was my reward from that endeavor, said the middle-aged man. Once the three had introduced themselves, they turned their gazes toward Yang Pan. Pan, sure. I excel in this area, Yang Pan replied, raising the large bone in his hand. His words were few, but the others had no objections with that. Everyone shared their information, though the truthfulness and reservations within those details were known only to themselves. Following the introductions, silence fell once more, leading Yang Pan to ponder whether he should act independently, as it might prove more convenient than the current arrangement. Should we discuss our next course of action? The stout man, who called himself Junjie, spoke up again. His demeanor suggested he was quite the opposite of Yang Pan, being a skilled communicator. Perhaps we should seek Panshir's insights, Jiangu, the middle-aged man, suggested. Indeed, Chunlan echoed, with your strength, Panshir, I am sure you possess unique ideas. I don't have any particular opinions, but it would be best to ascertain our location and the specifics of the task world, Yang Pan replied, not intending to say much more, as he had only recently undergone a trial task and aimed to raise some fundamental questions. I am familiar with the Biohazard series, but I have never witnessed the Umbrella Corporation's downfall in the narrative. Nor have I encountered these parasites in the films, Jiangu remarked. Chunlan also admitted to having no recollection of the information provided by the space. I do have some knowledge about that, Junjie chimed in eagerly. Upon hearing this, the group's attention shifted to Junjie. According to the information given by the space, this is unmistakably the world of Biohazard. The Umbrella Corporation has indeed collapsed, and with the presence of these Plaka parasites, this task world should correspond to the Biohazard game, Junjie stated with conviction. Chapter 29. Preliminary Strategy, a Game World. You say? Yang Pan silently pondered after hearing Junjie's words. He was aware of the existence of Biohazard games but had never played them, leaving him unfamiliar with the plot. Seeing that his companions were attentive, Junjie continued without hesitation, succinctly recounting the information he recalled from the game. You mean the protagonist, Chris, is likely the individual we need to locate in this task? Jiangu interjected, precisely in the Biohazard series. Chris is indeed a unique character, Junjie confirmed. Is your task also to find Chris? Yang Pan inquired from the sidelines. Yes, one task involves locating Chris, while the other requires us to eliminate 50 Plaka parasite hosts. The penalties for this task are quite severe, Junjie replied. My task is somewhat similar, except I need to kill 70 hosts. Yang Pan stated. My task is to eliminate 20 hosts, with the other task being identical to yours. Chunlan added. My task is the same as Chunlan's, Jiangu said. What criteria were used to allocate these tasks? Chunlan inquired. It must be strength, Jiangu remarked, casting a subtle glance towards Junjie. Is that so? It seems my little Rada possesses quite formidable combat capabilities. Junjie chuckled heartily, appearing rather sincere. Yang Pan shot a sidelong glance at Junjie. The rotund fellow seemed to harbor some private motives. He certainly did not believe that the purple rodent, which barely showcased any speed, represented the entirety of Junjie's strength. If confronted by Yang Pan himself, that large rodent would hardly withstand a few blows. It could not possibly rival even half of his prowess. This hefty individual surely had some hidden trump cards, and the same could be said for the remaining two as well. Now that we have a general understanding of the task world, we should commence our mission, the rotund man suggested. The group nodded in agreement, though Yang Pan indicated that he required a moment. Please wait a moment, I have a few matters to attend to. With that, Yang Pan dashed over to the corpse of the parasitic dog. Standing beside the lifeless body, he cautiously activated his material extraction skill. A flash of light ensued, diminishing his mental power slightly, while a glimmer appeared on the corpse, revealing a finger-length, fang-like bone spur situated at the cracked region of its head. Observing this, Yang Pan extracted the bone spur. Fragile bone spur. Quality: gray. Description: a bone spur that grows from the Plaka parasitic canine. Exceedingly fragile and of minimal value. Upon reading the attributes, Yang Pan discerned that this was hardly a valuable item, likely due to the low strength of the parasitic dog itself. He scoured the bodies of all the parasitic dogs several times, ultimately acquiring 4 items with attributes akin to the fragile bone spur. Not every material extracted from the corpses was recognized by the space, thus yielding attributes. Gazing at the collection of worthless debris in his storage space, Yang Pan found himself at a loss for words. Fragile bone spur, torn canine hide, filthy dog tooth, cracked skull. None bore repetition. It appeared that he could only dispose of these items for space. Contemplating this, he communicated with the mark on his chest. How many trading points can I recover from these items? He inquired. 0.8 trading points, came the response. Very well, dispose of them all, Yang Pan instructed decisively. As soon as he uttered these words, the pile of refuse before him vanished, and his trading points increased by 8. After glancing at his mental power, which had diminished by approximately a quarter, Yang Pan felt slightly shortchanged, yet at least it was not a fruitless endeavor. All right, we can move on, Yang Pan declared, stepping away from the corpses to address the 3 individuals waiting nearby in the eyes of Junjie and his companions. Yang Pan merely approached the corpses, tearing off some components and storing them away, leaving them puzzled about the significance of his actions, which they found rather distasteful. Casting a peculiar glance at Yang Pan, they chose not to comment further. Where shall we head next? Chunlan inquired. Typically, if we locate the protagonist Chris, we are bound to encounter the Plaka parasitic entities. Completing the task of hunting these entities should not prove overly difficult, Junjie responded. But how do we find Chris? Jiangu, the middle-aged man, asked. Generally, for such location-based tasks, the space provides guidance, Junjie replied, directing the infinite mark to the space for the location of Chris. Upon the completion of his statement, a semi-transparent screen materialized before him, displaying a rudimentary map marked with a vivid red dot and 4 green dots clustered together. With a discernible distance between the two, the others opted to check the location of Chris as well. The red dot on the map was the most conspicuous, indicating the position of their target. Chris Redfield, while the 4 green dots presumably represented the 4 of them as space executors. Having a map is quite advantageous, though it is rather vague, only marking Chris's location and a nearby town. However, following it shouldn't require excessive detail, Junjie commented. Yongpan, glancing at him, thought that perhaps he was aware of too much for someone who had only undertaken one formal mission. Let's first mark the town on the map. It's south, relatively close to us, and judging by the trajectory of the red dot, it seems to be moving in that direction. The space's specific indication of the town must hold some significance. Yongpan suggested. All right, we shall heed your advice, Brother Pancher. Junjie agreed, with Chunlan and Jiangu expressing their concurrence as well. With their objective clearly established, the group wasted no time and promptly commenced their journey toward the town indicated on the map. However, after a short while, various issues arose. How about we slow down a bit or take a short break? The heat is quite oppressive, Junjie proposed from the rear of the group. Yongpan and the others glanced at his physique, feeling somewhat exasperated. After all, weighing over 300 pounds made it understandable if he struggled to keep pace. Let us endure a little longer. Lingering too long could cause us to miss Chris. Yongpan advised. Oh, what a predicament. Why is this mission proving to be so troublesome? Junjie lamented, though he stood up and prepared to press on. Thus, they spent the entirety of the morning on the road, and by midday, the sun hanging in the sky radiated its scorching heat, causing the group to sweat profusely as they sought refuge in the shade. Reluctant to move, Yongpan observed the others slumped beside him. Unlike them, he, infused with the bloodline of the tyrant, merely glistened with a light sheen of sweat on his forehead, displaying little discomfort from the sweltering temperature. His robust physique was evident. You all take a break. We are not far from our destination. I'll scout ahead. By the way, Fatty, your rodent should be able to understand human speech, right? Yongpan noted, seeing their reluctance to move. Little Rada is quite intelligent. It can comprehend simple commands. But Brother Yongpan, you have an impressive physique, Junjie remarked, wiping his brow. All right, have your large rodent accompany me on this reconnaissance. There are some areas I cannot access. It would be beneficial for it to scout ahead. Yongpan suggested, glancing at the hefty man, indicating that he could go alone if necessary. Of course, Brother Pancher, we fully support your reconnaissance. Hear us, it's Pockball. I'll communicate with Little Rada for a moment. As he spoke, Junjie released Little Rada, relayed a few instructions, then returned it to the ball before handing it to Yongpan. Yongpan took the Pockball in hand and said, You all rest well. I shall return shortly. After exchanging a few words, he tucked the Pockball into his pocket, exited the dilapidated shelter, confirmed his direction, and proceeded toward the town. Chapter 30. Makini. At this moment, Yongpan was concealed behind a rock. With the small town marked on the spatial map not far ahead, the silhouettes of individuals visible within the town indicated to Yongpan that they were likely in Africa, easily discernible by their dark skin. After a brief observation of the perimeter, Yongpan concluded that entering the town was not particularly challenging. However, it would be rather difficult for the 4 of them, clad in casual attire and of Asian descent, to blend into a predominantly black town during the day. Gazing at the purple rodent beside him, Yongpan inquired, You can understand me, right? Little Rada nodded affirmatively. How remarkable. I need you to scout ahead. If it's dangerous or too crowded, return immediately. It would be ideal if you could lure a few individuals out while you're at it. Be cautious. Yongpan instructed the rodent earnestly, the scene appearing somewhat amusing. Upon receiving Yongpan's instructions, Little Rada stood on its hind legs, raised its paws in salute, and then dashed swiftly toward the town. This little creature is quite clever. That hefty fellow is fortunate. It makes me want to have one as well, Yongpan muttered to himself. Though Yongpan was not particularly adept at social interactions, he had a fondness for small animals. In the past, he had cared for a few kittens and puppies, but since the passing of his parents, he had lost the desire to keep pets. Before long, Little Rada emerged from the town, followed closely by 2 individuals who appeared somewhat unusual. Observing Little Rada bringing forth its targets and approaching him, Yongpan swiftly scanned the attributes of the 2 individuals trailing behind. Makini, Plaka parasitic entity, life 100. An ordinary human enhanced by the Plaka parasitic organism, possessing augmented physical abilities while retaining a degree of intelligence. The Plaka parasitic organism establishes a symbiotic relationship with its host, leading to unique mutations based on the duration of the parasitism and the host's characteristics. After Yang Pan obtained the information regarding his target, he glanced once more to confirm that only these two creatures were present, and since no one else in the small town seemed to be aware of the situation, he rose to retrieve his knife, preparing to assist Xiao Lada. However, that mouse was indeed quite agile, and it was unlikely that he could injure it solely with the two makini. Upon seeing Yang Pan, Xiao Lada dashed towards him, while the two pursuing makini, upon spotting a living human, also changed their target and lunged at Yang Pan with a ferocious roar. Yang Pan then clearly observed the appearance of these makini. The two makini wielded machetes and short axes, and at first glance, they did not seem vastly different from ordinary humans. However, their faces bore dark, protruding veins, and they appeared utterly deranged as they approached. One even expelled spiny tentacles from its mouth, which was exceedingly repulsive. Indeed, biomonsters were quite disgusting. Yang Pan muttered softly, then lifted his large bone weapon to confront the two creatures. Upon contact, one makini's head was swiftly severed by Yang Pan, while the other's attack completely missed, likely due to its parasitic condition, which rendered its movements noticeably stiff. The remaining creature met a similar fate as Yang Pan effortlessly dispatched it as well. After vanquishing the two makini, Yang Pan quickly tidied up the battlefield, collecting a dropped trophy and burying one of the makini corpses before hastily departing. Eager to report back before long, Yang Pan returned to the dilapidated house where the others were sheltering from the sun. But from a distance, he could hear the sounds of conversation within as he approached. He discovered them leisurely eating, drinking, and chatting. "You seem quite relaxed. Come and see my hall," Yang Pan announced as he stepped inside, simultaneously returning the Pokeball to Junjia. "Brother Pancher is back. You've worked hard," the others greeted him, halting their conversation to acknowledge his return. The fatty handed Yang Pan a bottle of water, several packs of compressed food, and a few energy bars. "Come see my spoils," Yang Pan responded as he accepted the food, casually tossing the makini corpse from his storage space onto the floor. The others visibly recoiled in shock at the sight of the discarded remains, their faces paling. Although they were parasitized, it was still the corpse of a human. After a moment, Jian Gu spoke up, asking, "Is this a parasitized human?" "Yes, it should be. This is the information I gathered through scouting." "Take a look," Yang Pan replied, munching on his food as he shared the makini's details with the others. "Junjia, could you bring me some more food?" Upon seeing the corpse, Junjia and the others lost their appetite. Even Chunlan appeared as though she might vomit at any moment. Yet Yang Pan, standing closest to the body, savored his meal without any sign of disturbance. "Brother Pancher has quite the appetite," the fatty remarked, handing Yang Pan another portion of food. Though his expression was somewhat peculiar, he felt that Yang Pan seemed rather atypical, not quite like a normal person nor like a newcomer in this space. "Take a good look, this creature is likely our target for the hunting mission. And there's this," Yang Pan continued, producing the axe and machete wielded by the makini. "These items lack attributes, so it's best for you to use cold weapons. Using firearms would create too much noise, and I presume your ammunition is limited. I have cold weapons prepared. So I won't need those," Junjia replied, producing a short spear approximately 1.5 meters long from his storage space. It was evidently a white weapon, of considerably better quality than the two on the ground. Seeing this, Jian Gu picked up the axe to test its weight, while Chunlan grabbed the remaining machete. It seemed they were unprepared for weapons. Once everyone had armed themselves, Yang Pan finished his food and declared, "You have seen the corpse, and you should have a sense of our location. We are in Africa." Junjia has mentioned the general plot related to this. After glancing around and noticing that no one had anything to add, Yang Pan continued, "The town's entrance is fortified, and entering from there would undoubtedly result in scrutiny. However, as long as we avoid that area, infiltrating should not be overly difficult. The corpse speaks volumes." Yang Pan paused for emphasis. "As for the specifics, I cannot ascertain them as I was unable to approach too closely for fear of discovery. Let us first head toward that town and see if we can find an opportunity to infiltrate," Junjia suggested, echoing Yang Pan's sentiments. "If that fails, we can search the outskirts for scattered, isolated parasites to complete the hunting mission while we await Chris's arrival. In this makeshift quartet, Yang Pan and Junjie held the reins of authority. Yang Pan through his strength, and the fatty through his experience and social acumen. Generally, Yang Pan refrained from voicing personal opinions unless absolutely necessary. So as long as Junjie's suggestions were not opposed by Yang Pan or contained any glaring issues, they were readily accepted. Ultimately, Junjie's proposal garnered agreement from the others. Chapter 31. Exploding worms. Yang Pan observed the makini that had collapsed before the fatty after suffering a fatal blow. Remaining vigilant, this marked their 14th kill. Although the beginning had gone relatively smoothly, unexpected events had arisen along the way. As Yang Pan stood on guard, Junjie's voice broke through. Confirmed kill. My task count has increased. This 1-1T explode any worms. Upon hearing this, Yang Pan and the others relaxed slightly. After Yang Pan returned with the scouting information, they had come here soon after, but following Xiao Lada's in-depth exploration, they discovered that infiltrating the town was quite challenging. With no success in blending into the town, they decided to hunt outside its borders. If they failed to find anything, they could resort to Yang Pan's previous tactic of having Xiao Lada lure creatures from within the town. Regarding the order of kills, since Junjie's Xiao Lada had contributed the most, the distribution was assigned as Junjie, Zhengu, Chunlan 2-1-1, while Yang Pan voluntarily relinquished his share, feeling that this method would not be particularly fruitful and indicating he would provide support from the rear. Initially, their plan proceeded without a hitch, with Xiao Lada successfully luring out 1 or 2 makini from the town each time, while Junjie and the others efficiently dispatched them under Yang Pan's watchful protection. Standing aside, Yang Pan observed the group, clearly sensing their exceptional capabilities. The fatty, with the advantage of Xiao Lada's distractions and superior weaponry, was one thing, but Zhengu and Chunlan displayed physical prowess that surpassed the average person. Zhengu's strength evidently exceeded that of the parasitized makini, while Chunlan possessed agility that was well above the norm. Even Junjie, with his seemingly corpulent physique, exhibited remarkably swift reflexes as they rotated through their attacks. It wasn't too long before they had taken turns, employing a safe method of combat that allowed them to relax somewhat. Yet, when Junjie struck down the 5th creature lured by Xiao Lada, an unforeseen incident occurred. Junjie's spear had pierced the makini, which should have resulted in its demise. However, as he withdrew his weapon from its skull, the seemingly dead makini did not collapse. Instead, it convulsed violently as if afflicted by some ailment, and then its head shattered like a crushed watermelon, from which a massive parasite, nearly 2 meters long and as thick as a thigh, erupted from its chest cavity. Get away from there! Yang Pan shouted urgently, and Junjie reacted swiftly, dropping his considerable weight to the ground and executing a remarkably unorthodox roll forward for nearly 3 meters, resembling a giant ball. Although the sight was comical, it proved effective. Junjie's timely evasion ensured he sustained no injuries, and Yang Pan rushed to his side for support, recognizing the importance of teamwork. Upon nearing Junjie, Yang Pan refrained from recklessly attacking the creature. Instead, he helped Junjie to his feet and moved him away from the makini, which had seemingly lost its sight and intelligence, mindlessly thrashing about without urgency to resolve the situation. Thanks. Brother, I suppose I really should consider shedding some weight, Junjie remarked as he regained his footing with Yang Pan's assistance. Yes, let us handle this trouble first. Do you have any idea what's going on with that thing? Yang Pan inquired, sensing that Junjie might possess valuable knowledge. This should be the makini's exploding worm phenomenon. It seems all makini have a chance of entering this state, though I forgot the precise details, the fatty confessed, a hint of frustration in his tone. Yang Pan nodded thoughtfully but remained silent, while Junjie began to explain the situation to Zhengu and Chunlan, who had gathered nearby. Seeing that Junjie was unharmed, Yang Pan approached the exploding makini, eager to gauge the extent of its enhanced strength post-transformation. The enormous parasite protruding from the makini's head was strikingly eye-catching, resembling a gigantic centipede with its grotesque tentacles, dripping with blood and bits of flesh. The sight of this creature emerging from a human body was difficult to fathom, and Yang Pan once again felt a wave of nausea. Truly, each one is more grotesque than the last. Yang Pan furrowed his brows and uttered a remark that as Yang Pan gradually approached, The immense parasitic creature residing within Makini seemed to become agitated. Launching a fierce assault, the tendrils at the apex of its body thrashed wildly, and the bony blades adorning them sliced through the air, making it difficult to draw near, witnessing the relentless onslaught before him. Yang Pan swung his blade with determination, confident that the adversary could not simply obliterate his weapon. The clash of bone against tendril resonated with a dull thud. However, the mighty bone did not betray Yang Pan's expectations, landing squarely upon the body of the parasite, though it failed to sever its resilient form. Upon the impact, the parasitic creature appeared to enter a frenzy, with all its tendrils wildly lashing out at Yang Pan. Sensing the creature's fury, Yang Pan swiftly tightened his grip on the hilt and retreated, the blade disengaging from the parasite's body, drawing forth a copious amount of dark green ichor. The entire form of the explosive parasite, Makini, convulsed violently, yet the tendrils that lashed at Yang Pan left several deep gashes upon him. Nonetheless, as Yang Pan withdrew and the blade retracted, a torrent of blood gushed from the wound inflicted upon the enormous parasite, its once frenzied attacks gradually diminishing, as if the earlier rage was merely a fleeting illusion. Observing the creature's newfound weakness, Yang Pan disregarded his own injuries and charged forward once more. But this time he refrained from striking with his blade. During the previous clash, despite his overwhelming strength, the surface of his weapon had sustained numerous scratches from the parasite's sharp bony blades, causing Yang Pan a pang of regret. He held a deep fondness for this advanced weapon, the Great Bone. Yet its white-grade quality was indeed rather low, and the bony blade was somewhat brittle. The mere fact that it bore scratches from the creature's tendrils spoke volumes about their sharpness, even though the target before him had weakened considerably. Yang Pan resolved not to recklessly engage in close combat again. During the battle, he had discerned a significant weakness in the explosive parasite, perhaps due to its body being hollowed out after the transformation, or its inability to adapt to the sudden change. Makini's steps had become quite unsteady, almost as if its footing were compromised. Upon nearing once more, Yang Pan transferred the great bone to his left hand and flung the coarse chain entwined around it with his right hand, ensnaring the tendrils, which were bristling with spikes and protrusions, with the chain successfully entangled. Yang Pan exerted force and yanked it, causing Makini's body to topple to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Pan advanced to deliver the final blow, ensuring its demise. Extracting his blade from the lifeless form, he glanced at the mission prompt. Precara Parasitic Entity 11100, trade points increased by 5. It appeared that the creature had indeed perished. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the explosive Makini did not qualify as a special parasitic entity. After gathering the spoils, he initiated material extraction from the parasitic creature, tearing off a shard of its bony blade. The bony blade of the parasite, quality white, had developed sharp edges after a period of growth following its parasitic transformation. Casting a glance at the white quality material he had acquired, Yang Pan stored all his gains in his storage space, noting that the spoils from the other individuals who had slain Makini were to be claimed by their respective slayers and future encounters. Be cautious. If we face another explosive parasite, we must act swiftly, Yang Pan remarked after organizing his spoils. By the way, you should draw your firearms. If I fail to manage the situation in time, use your guns to deal with it. This creature is easily handled with firearms. Jiangu and Chunlan nodded in understanding. During Yang Pan's skirmish, they had retreated a considerable distance and had their handguns drawn. Chapter 32. The Executioner. After encountering another explosive Makini, the mindset of Junjie and his companions shifted significantly. The previously relaxed atmosphere tightened once more, and discussions among themselves. Junjie and Xiao Lada reduced the frequency of baiting the creatures, allowing ample time for the others to recover and prepare. Under such circumstances, the number of Makini they dispatched steadily increased. There were several more instances of explosive Makini, but the prepared group managed to control the situation, navigating the events with relative ease, as if the completion of their mission were within reach. However, the unfolding events were not as favorable as they had hoped. In truth, after slaying 20 Makini, the effectiveness of Xiao Lada's baiting in the town diminished considerably. What once took around 10 minutes for a round trip now extended to nearly 30 minutes, and the number of Makini attracted each time grew larger, escalating from 1 or 2 to over 4 with each wave. In light of this, Yang Pan felt compelled to assist, as the sheer number of Makini was overwhelming, and should an explosive parasite emerge under these conditions, the situation could easily spiral out of control. Yang Pan's primary goal was to preemptively eliminate any explosive parasites to prevent chaos. After dispatching 6 Makini attracted by Xiao Lada, the group decided to pause and recuperate. Among those 6, 2 had transformed into explosive parasites, one of which did not expel a centipede-like creature from within but instead tore itself open, releasing a repulsive, moth-like insect. Observing the insect, which resembled a moth but bore a mouth filled with sharp teeth and a grotesque larval form beneath, Yang Pan felt no discomfort. He had grown accustomed to such grotesque creatures that it would be more surprising if a normally formed entity were to appear now. The moth, having just emerged from its host, struggled to adapt to its new form, flying sluggishly. Jian Gu and Chun Lan seized the opportunity to fire successive shots. Although their marksmanship left much to be desired, they managed a few hits, bringing the moth crashing to the ground. Yet, as a biomonster, it possessed remarkable vitality. Despite sustaining multiple gunshot wounds, it did not succumb immediately, writhing on the ground, likely due to the shots missing vital areas. Jian Gu and Chun Lan's attention was diverted to the fallen moth, causing them to overlook another Makini that had undergone a transformation. With Yang Pan at a distance, he was unable to provide support. And although Junjie was nearer, his capabilities did not allow him to intervene effectively. Thus, when the two finished off the moth and heard a sound behind them, it was already too late. A Makini's tendril lashed out violently, striking Chun Lan, who barely managed to raise her arm in defense, while Jian Gu was struck directly on the shoulder, both of them tumbling to the ground, leaving deep gashes from the spikes on the tendril. A sight most tragic. Just as the explosive Makini prepared to lunge forward in pursuit, Yang Pan's attack reached the creature. However, Yang Pan did not rush to support them. Instead, he hurled the great bone directly at the Makini. In fact, Yang Pan had been prepared to throw the weapon since first encountering an explosive Makini, initially aiming for the airborne moth. However, upon realizing that Jian Gu and Chun Lan could handle the moth and that a second explosive Makini was present, he shifted his target, albeit slightly late. The great bone soared through the air like a boomerang, striking the second explosive Makini with unmistakable force, sending it flying 2 meters away and temporarily freeing Jian Gu and Chun Lan from peril. Yang Pan had intended to throw the great bone like a javelin, but lacking the experience to manage its balance, it ended up behaving like a boomerang. Having escaped danger, Jian Gu and Chun Lan quickly endured the pain, scrambling to their feet and fleeing. Although Jian Ji's shoulder and Chun Lan's arm were injured, their legs remained unscathed, allowing them to flee with relative speed. Yang Pan rushed towards them, needing to retrieve his weapon and deal with the explosive Makini. As he brushed past the retreating duo, he glanced back, wanting to say something, but Jian Gu and Chun Lan repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Under normal circumstances, it would have been entirely reasonable for Yang Pan to refrain from intervening in their plight. Yet he chose to assist. They were a team, after all, and he could not simply stand by and watch as they faced death. Before long, the wave of Makini that had been drawn in was entirely vanquished. The plump individual appeared unscathed, while Jian Gu and Chun Lan sat to one side, tending to their wounds. Both retrieved some medicinal supplies from their storage spaces, items recognized by the system, and their effects were evident, as their wounds showed marked improvement shortly after application. Yang Pan pondered why, despite their evident skills, their overall competence seemed lacking. "Thank you again, Brother Pan," Jian Gu expressed that if not for your assistance, we would have been in dire straits. "Indeed, thank you, Brother Pan," Chun Lan chimed in. "Not at all," Yang Pan waved his hand with a dismissive gesture, then sought a spot to rest for a while. "Well, since we are all fatigued, let us temporarily cease attracting the Makini and take a breather." Upon noticing that everyone had settled down, the stout fellow uttered a remark before finding a place to say it. "By the way, how is the progress on your tasks?" Yang Pan suddenly inquired from his side. "I have eliminated 23 parasites. I only need to vanquish 27 more to complete my mission," the stout one proclaimed. "First, I have dispatched 11, leaving me with just 9. I will finish shortly, Jian Gu continued, though his voice bore a trace of weakness, indicating that his earlier wounds had not yet fully healed. I am at the same count as Jian Gu, Chunlan finally added. Although her physical condition did not match Jian Ji's, she appeared noticeably better, likely due to her lighter injuries. Understood, Yang Pan replied, falling silent thereafter. The others, recognizing the cue, also ceased their chatter and began to rest. However, it was not long before trouble sought them once more. Everyone rise. Jian Gu and Chunlan, your injuries render you defenseless. You must leave at once. As for Junjie, assess the situation for yourself, Yang Pan instructed after glancing towards the town. The others exchanged puzzled glances with Yang Pan, questioning, what is it now? Without further words, Yang Pan merely gestured towards the direction of the town where they had lured Makini. Following his indication, the others beheld a shadowy figure approaching from that very direction. Although the figure appeared somewhat indistinct from a distance, its pace was not particularly swift, resembling that of an ordinary person jogging, thanks to the enhancements he had undergone in the trial space and his superior physical condition. Yang Pan's vision allowed him to discern the distant figure's true nature. Standing at 2 meters tall, its head ensnared in a burlap sack, its body bristling with iron spikes, and wielding a blood-stained, iconic large axe, it was none other than a notorious creature known as the Executioner from the realm of Biohazard, or more precisely, the Executioner Makini.